One beer. Apparently, of course.
Nice and slow.
Come closer, don't be shy.
Needle, thread, pin, leave it, silk.
No fucking way.
Best wares on the market. Come and take a look.
Wait, friend. Come here, we need to talk.
Oh, it's you.
Dragged in.
Back already?
Looks like it, doesn't it?
It sure does.
What can I say? Prague is a whole...
Halt! Who's
God
there?
damn it, Hog! What have you done?
Just
We won't
you.
get anything out of him now.
Corva, you really startled me there. You've got to help.
What the fuck happened here?
Well, he had a fall.
A fall? He just fell over all on his own and ended up like this?
On his own, honest to God. Fell over and died right before my eyes.
Oh, Jesus. Tell me everything from the beginning.
Well, Chenyek sent me to go and ask about them symbols. Polite like. Only this bastard started fucking with me.
Oh, the fucker. He was just asking for it.
Oh, exactly. That's what I'm saying. He was laughing in my face, giving me all sorts of riddles. So I lost it and gave him a bit of a slap. Only he caught another one from the table on the way down and it ended up like this.
Chenyek had a hunch this might happen. Did you find out anything about the symbols, at least, before this?
When I start seeing red, I don't ask no questions.
Do you remember anything, at least? Anything?
He talked to me in riddles. So I tell him I ain't no little kid, and to talk to me normal like.
And then?
When he saw the smoke coming out of my ears, he said he'd show me some important parchment, but that annoyed me even more. Do I look like a fucking scribe?
Was there something written on it?
Well, how should I know? I gave him a slap, and that was that. Well, take a look at it yourself. I reckon you've got a better head on you. Quick, search him. I can't read. Take a look yourself. Well, can you read it? I can't read. Take a look yourself. I can't read. Take a look yourself. Well, can you read it? So, did you read it?
Yes, but unfortunately for you, it's another riddle.
Oh, Della!
Something about a vineyard and running water. I can't make much sense of it.
The bastard! He's fucking with us, even from beyond the grave!
Well, it's our only lead to find out anything about the symbols.
Oh, I don't have the noggin for this shit, Henry. Chenyek has the quickest wit of all of us. If you can't crack it, you can ask him. But please, don't tell him nothing about me.
The word. Download the.
People, good people.
Slowly. Nice and slow. Easy, good horse.
Almost ran me over.
Quality merchandise.
Jesus Christ, be quiet.
I apologize.
Modify.
Good to see you.
Jug of wine, thanks.
I talked to Knuckles about the...
Let me guess. He wants to... Well, that's Knuckles for you. But I think he'll eventually understand it's better to think of the bigger picture than just himself. Nevertheless, until you find something out about the symbols, come and see me directly.
Hinet gave Hogg a peculiar riddle. We can't quite figure it out.
Old Greaser was known for those. Tell me then, what did he say?
A vineyard in the town. Strange, but who knows? And yet there it is, quite nearby, by the water that gushes. Now listen and try to keep your eyes open so that you can tell. Shortly after the midday bell, you'll find us where the shadow goes.
Sounds pretty mixed up to me. A vineyard. I only know the one outside of town, but Riddle mentions one inside of it. It must be something similar to a vineyard, and the part with the water might be a well, or maybe a fountain.
Well, thanks. I'll see what I can do. Easy, easy. Nice and slow. Mutt! Good boy. Good boy. Here, Mutt.
Silly dog.
Huh?
Fountain? Where does the water come from? Here, in the middle of the city.
This building.
Fish?
Begin.
Who just came barging in here?
A wonderful day for a wonderful budget.
Nobody's opened this door in ages. Oof. It's pretty musty in here. This is no regular cellar. This must be it.
Keep and go at home. Get out here, you foolish. Alright. Let's go. Going. Fuck, I cannot do this. Fuck it.
What? Grüß Gott. You silly doggy.
Greetings, sir.
Hey! Where's that beer? No fucking way. He was staring at you.
What's going on here?
That prick's ogling my girl.
No, I'm not. But even if I was, he can't get all gobby on me like that.
You're making a scene. Please, let's just go.
Worldly law says one thing, but God's law and scripture tells us something else.
What are you talking about?
The Ten Commandments say thou shalt not covet thy neighbour's wife.
There you go.
But they also say thou shalt not kill.
No worries on that score. I'll just knock his teeth out.
That's also a sin. So let it go and just be glad you have a beautiful, sweet lass. Love one another and multiply.
You know what? Let's go. I wouldn't want to beat up a prelate in disguise. No one else is gonna multiply with you. I'll make sure of that. Smiling and roll.
God bless.
I've deciphered the meaning of the symbols.
Fantastic! How do you manage that?
Well, it was pretty confusing. But in the end, I managed to find the old thieves' hideout.
And what about Hogg?
He killed Hinek. He didn't mean to, but he did.
That moron. Sometimes he snaps, and then people think we're all like that. And that the guild is just a bunch of thugs and ne'er-do-wells.
Thankfully, Hinek had a parchment on him that led me to the symbols.
Let me see. I'll copy them. These will come in handy. Imagine the look on Sigismund's face when his rich friends in the city start running out of silver.
Here they are.
Damn it.
Glad I could help.
Tunnel markings. Great! And I saw this symbol for riches on the house right next door. You can go and check it out if you want.
Do you have any more work for me?
Why the hell do they pour the beer on the table?
Not just now, but something's coming. I'll tell you when the time
Did I put it? You think so? Well, you're just...
Easy. Easy. Nice and slow.
This horse wasn't cheap. Oh.
Oh, mind where you're going.
Hey, you nearly ran into me.
Come and shop here. You've got enough for everyone.
Slowly. Nice and slow.
Good doggy. Good boy. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm looking for this vagabond. Goes by the name of Goatskin.
I don't know him. But this is a miner's tavern. They'll know better than me. Or Wayman the innkeeper might know something. God be with you, good sir.
Greetings, my friend.
I'm looking for this vagabond. Goes by the name of Goatskin.
I don't know him, but this is a miner's tavern. They'll know better than me. Or Wayman the innkeeper might know something.
I'm looking for this...
Is he? I'd ask the Take care for now.
What's new?
Nothing much. If you're looking for...
I'm looking for someone called Goatskin. I hear he hangs around here.
Goatskin? That mangy piece of shit. He turns up on the street now and then. But he never shows his face in my alehouse. No Germans come here. Some Glück.
Goatskin's German? I didn't know that.
Goatskin's above all a slippery bastard who can't be trusted. I've no idea what language he speaks. What I do know is he likes robbing Deutscher merchants. And they don't come in here.
It sounds like you're not too fond of Germans.
It's the local yackers who can't stand them. I've got nothing against them fuckers myself. If you've got glint, come in and make yourself at home. If you ain't, then fuck off.
Any idea where I might find Goatskin, then?
You could try asking in the bathhouse, behind the yards in Hrada Quarter. They get a lot of well-heeled Deutschers in there. And some young wench there's been seeing Goatskin for a while now.
Thanks. That's all I need to know.
Have something at least, since I gave you the goods on everything. I helped you out, didn't I? Don't be a pinchper.
Show me your where.
I was glad to be of help to you, good sir.
Greetings to you.
Found it somewhere?
Nah, it's a girl. But she came out all hairy.
You shouldn't be bothering us here.
I'm sorry. Excuse me.
I'm sorry. I wasn't paying I'm at your service. Greetings to you two.
Come to learn the art.
Greetings.
I'm looking for a fella called Goatskin. Do you know him?
Do I know him? That fucker is the bane of our lives. Why are you even looking for an idiot like him?
I'll go and sort things out with him. By hand.
So you should. And give him 1 or 2 for me too, the bastard.
Do you know where he might be?
How should I know? If I knew, I'd have told Adam long ago. He'd wring the bastard's neck in a trice. Last week alone, he robbed 3 of our customers. All German.
Why does he choose to rob Germans?
A German merchant always has more coin in his purse than a Czech one. Haven't you noticed that?
Could you tell me where exactly he robbed the customers?
Hard to say. You know how it is. Drunk and merry gents who can hardly walk. But it usually happens somewhere near the Black Horse, and in those lanes there. The bastard stays clear of the main streets. For good reason.
Have you got any German customers here now?
What do you think? No, because words got round. Except Udo. He couldn't care less, it seems.
And is Udo here now?
No, it's too early for him. He usually comes later in the evening. I reckon he only comes here when other alehouses kick him out.
You know Goatskin's seeing one of your girls?
What? Nonsense. I mean, I wouldn't put anything past my girls, but I can't believe they choose to hang out with a vagabond like that.
That's what I heard.
Everyone badmouths whores. You know what it's like. Nobody stands up for them. But if it's true, then as soon as I found out who, she'll be out on her arse.
Thanks.
You're welcome. And have a word with Adam if you really want to find your Goatskin. He's the owner. I reckon he'd be keen to find him too.
Did I function properly? Good afternoon.
I'm looking for a fella called Goatskin. I heard he sometimes comes here.
Aye, he turns up now and again. The louse. The bastard's ruining my business. 2 of my customers refused to come here again after he robbed them one night.
That's not very nice. And you wouldn't have some idea where I might find Goatskin, would you? I reckon it'd suit you if he packed it in.
You bet it would. But if I knew where to find him, I'd wring his neck myself. That bitch Mary's bound to know, though. She denies it, but we all know she's walking out with him.
I thought you bathhouse girls stuck together. What have you got against Mary?
There's a limit to everything. As soon as you mess with someone's livelihood, you ain't no sister to anyone. She can marry that cripple for all I care, but when he robs our guests and ruins our reputation, she should grab him by the balls herself and... oh, never mind.
Is that all you know about Goatskin?
Ain't that enough for you? I'm not here to know stuff, in case you hadn't realised.
Thanks, then.
If you find... God be with you, sir.
Greetings.
I'm looking for a fella called Goatskin. You haven't heard of him by any chance?
There's plenty of fellas come to me looking to see some skin, but you're the first who wants goat skin. I've heard the name, though. He's some vagabond who hangs around the Black Horse, ain't he?
Aye, that's him. Any idea where I might find him?
I don't mix with his sort, so I reckon I can't help you. I could help you with other things, though. Go and see Madame Beata, and we can come to an arrangement. Farewell, sir.
What would you...
I need a...
What'll it be?
Sorry. I have more... Thanks.
Christ! Pardon me. God be with you, sir.
I'm looking for a fella called Goatskin.
Don't think so. Who's he?
Some vagrant.
Do I look that rough? Like a girl who hangs around with... If you're looking for low life, go the tavern on Uprink. We're all honest, bar.
Thanks.
Take care, my friend.
Good afternoon.
I'm looking for a fella called Goat...
Everyone knows him. He's got a bit of a reputation.
Any idea where I might find...
Since it's you, I can't tell you where to find him. But I can... The girl's name is Mary.
Thanks.
Farewell, my friend.
I'm looking for a fella called Goats.
There's plenty of fellas come to me looking to see some skin. I've heard...
Aye, that's him.
I don't mix with his sort. Go and see Madame... Farewell, my friend.
May God give you...
I'm looking for Goatskin.
Nah, you're a good-looking fella. What would I want with some goat skin when I've got a handsome young buck right here in front of me? I couldn't care less about your goat skin.
But I do. And the girls here tell me you know him quite well.
So, you're not here to have a good time. Shame. I know goat skin, but don't expect me to tell you anything. He's lying low, and for good reason. You ain't the first to come looking for him.
Why is he hiding?
How should I know? He's never far from trouble. Goes with his trade.
Where's he hiding?
I don't know. And even if I did, that's why he's hiding. So strangers...
Come on now. Do I really look like someone who'd want to hurt him?
No, you don't.
You see? I'm trying to help Goatskin. But I can't do that if...
Help him?
With this... situation he's in. It's complicated. And the less you know, the better.
All right. I understand.
There you go. So where's he hiding?
There's a yard behind the bathhouse leading to a side alley.
Right next to it is the Black Horse Tavern. And at the opposite end, you'll see a barn behind a wall. There's a funny little window at the top. That's where.
I'll look for it.
Help him, will you? I'm starting to be afraid for him.
I'll see what I can do. It's not easy.
Care, my friend.
Well, good day.
Good day.
Good day.
Excuse me. Oh, Christ. What brings you here?
You better go before people start to think you're trying to steal something.
Well, well. Look who we have here. You must be Goatskin, eh?
What? What are you doing here?
What do you think? Looking for you.
But I'm hiding. I shouldn't be talking to anyone.
But I found you. So you're not hidden anymore.
I have a couple of questions for you.
Look, I didn't. I never told nobody. Nobody. I swear. I'll even swear to Samuel on his God if he wants.
Who the hell is Samuel?
You weren't sent by Sam.
I wouldn't be asking you if I was, would I?
You know, like, I promise not to talk about it no more. They'll kill me otherwise.
I get that, but do you think they'll just forget about it? How long do you intend to hide?
Until I have enough. You know, glint to take off.
I could help you with that. I know a lot of people. Getting you out of town won't be a problem. If you help me, I'll help you.
That sounds, you know, promising. But I still need coin. I can't just pack up and take off.
Coin shouldn't be a problem. How much do you want so you can disappear?
Not much, a few score groschen. But that won't be a problem for a well-heeled...
Here you are.
Right. Well, I like talking, you know, like...
I heard you were spying for some nobleman.
I was doing nothing, but, you know, like, I was spying for 2 weeks.
Who is this Samuel?
He just hired me. He's one of them lot. He was nice to me till I started...
Do you know where I could find this Samuel?
Go to that, you know, synagogue. He hangs around it in front of it, and people, like, brings him news of what's on the grapevine, you know. And evenings he sits around at the King Solomon. It's like a, you know, a Jewish tavern. But watch out. They ain't too welcoming towards our people there.
Have you ever heard the name Liechtenstein?
I don't know him, but I heard Samuel telling his people, like them Jews, I mean, about this, what's his name? Liechtenstein.
What exactly did he say? Did he speak about him in a good way or a bad way?
I don't know. I just remembered a funny name. I don't pay much heed to things that what don't concern me.
And you call yourself a spy?
Watch it, mate. I remember things well enough, but only what they pays me to remember. I ain't gonna, you know, fill my head up with shit that ain't...
Gee, what is it you did as a spy?
Mostly I was standing guard in front of that palace, you know, like... retards. I was watching for who was going in and out, see? You know, who, with who, where, when...
And what went on there?
Well, people was coming and going, all sorts of nobles, and I'd tell Samuel what colours they was carrying. I was good at that. I remember
I reckon I know what I need to know. Now clear off, since I've filled your purse for you.
Of course. I'm going.
The council is organizing another collection for repairs to the fortifications.
The alphabet lovely mind. They had 2 collections just like it.
My respects.
Jugs here, big and small.
Kind fellow, could you help me with something?
Gute Preise.
Excuse me. At your service, sir.
God be with you.
Sholem, are you lost? Or what would a goy want here?
What do you think Goy means?
It means you do not belong here.
It means nation in Hebrew. So you're just as much a Goy as I am.
Good one. A goy lecturing a Jew on Hebrew. All right. But I suggest you do not repeat it around these parts. Not everyone is as tolerant as I. So, what do you want?
I'm looking for someone called Samuel.
What do you want with him?
Is that you?
There are many Samuels here. And if I'm not good enough for you, I'm afraid nobody else will talk to you.
All right. I'm looking for a John of Liechtenstein. I heard you, or this Samuel, might know something about him.
I'm sure Samuel knows a lot. But I do not see why he should tell you.
It isn't just anyone looking for Liechtenstein. It'd be better for Samuel to say what he knows, if he doesn't want any unnecessary trouble.
I do not care who sent you. You will not impress me like that. We play by my rules here.
So how can I impress you?
Impressions are worth nothing. I'm only of interest to you Goyim when you need something. To you, I'm just a dirty Jew.
All right. What do you suggest?
An exchange. Something in return. I have this one problem none of my people can fix.
Well, if your people can't handle it, why not?
You are no better than my people. But unfortunately, they were all born under our star, and that is a problem in this case.
I understand. What's this about, then?
You probably know that my people face outbreaks of hatred from time to time. A house is plundered, people beaten up, sometimes murdered. Usually it is started by some scum spreading rumors that we eat Christian babies or poison wells. They always find some excuse.
I've never heard anything like that before.
You must be deaf then. In any case, that is how it is. I have heard that such people are meeting in an old abandoned house by the wall in the mining district. I need someone to get among them, find out what they are planning, and warn us in good time.
Won't they be suspicious?
Why? Their kind usually are not too bright. You just have to curse the Jews and say you want to join them. Do not worry. They will not check if you are circumcised.
All right, I'll do it. And then you'll tell me all about Liechtenstein.
Agreed. They usually meet at the start of the day.
At the start of the day according to my calendar or yours?
I see you're in the know. At the start of my day, so when the first 3 stars come out.
Right, so they meet after sunset. The miners' district, an abandoned house with a small yard by the ramparts.
That's right. I reckon you can still catch up with them there today. If you get them to let you join them. Try and find out what they're planning, and then come and see me, and you'll have fulfilled your side of the deal.
And then you'll tell me how to find Liechtenstein.
That was my promise.
Ending. And down.
My respect. I'm talking to you.
You've no business here. That's right.
Well, nor do I, but this isn't all that. I'm not interested, but this is about money.
Good day.
God be with you.
I'd like to...
What is this?
You're the Time Master, eh, Master?
At your service, sir.
I'm sorry.
Is this a bending?
May God give you health.
What a mess. Who brought it all in here?
Your father's still alive, isn't he?
I'm afraid it'll go bad on me soon. Someone should really do something about that.
I'm right.
I'll tell you a new arsehole, you
for?
fuck!
Is this abandoned yard? I don't know.
To help each
Excuse me. You're eating, Sonny.
Abandoned yard. I don't
I'm sorry. They look like angels on the outside. Soft, gentle, and well.
God be with you. Keep the peace, and we'll stay friends.
Hear ye! Hear ye! Andreas Flumel, bailiff of Gutenberg.
At your service, sir.
Excuse me.
Good doggy. Good boy.
Hey! Hey! Open up! Open up!
Curwell, what are you doing, Moishe?
Foot's a capora, piece of junk. Never mind. We'll cut this shit down. Totaman. I'll rip your ass open. Come on, then.
Wait! Don't kill him. You're gonna beg for mercy? After this? We can make a deal. We have some of your people, we can exchange them. Our people? What the hell are you talking about? We caught some of them yesterday, trying to get to Liechtenstein, just like you. No, I'm after Liechtenstein because I need to talk to him. I'm not his enemy. But if you know where he is, you better take me to him. Right now. I have my orders. I'm not supposed to let anyone near him. Especially not someone who just beat my 2 best men. I'm not a fool. Right. I'll go unarmed. If that'll convince you. I'll trust you. But in return, you have to trust me. You can't see where we're going. All right. But no tricks. Those are the rules.
Wait, who is that somewhere?
We will soon find out. Let us in.
Wenches or the neighbour's daughter, any dirt you can dig up. Off you go! Oh, who have you brought now, Sam?
I'm not entirely sure. But he says he knows you, and absolutely insisted he had to talk to you.
Ah. Of course. Henry. Lord Capon of Perkstein's page. We met on my visit to Rattay. He's all right.
Lord Capon's escort. And bodyguard.
Quite. Quite. Oh, but tell me, what brings you here?
Well, that's quite a long story, sir.
I've got plenty of time, and actually I enjoy long stories. You know why? Because they demand a lot of wine. Please, take a seat, and tell me everything.
If I'm not mistaken, Jobst sent you to von Berkhoff with a message. How did that go?
Not well. As we were approaching Trotsky, we were attacked by bandits. They killed all our men.
What?
We only got away by a hair's breadth. And we lost everything, including the message. We ended up in rags, like beggars. They wouldn't let us into the castle. After that, we tried to get by as best we could.
Good God! I need a drink now. But did you manage to deliver the message in the end?
Yes, but it was touch and go.
I like exciting stories.
Well, you'll love this one then. Apart from being ambushed and almost killed, Capon ended up on the gallows for poaching.
A nobleman? On the gallows for poaching?
Well, he looked more like a tramp than a nobleman at the time. He really did have a noose round his neck, though. But it all worked out in the end.
Good gracious! But tell me, who ambushed you?
Well, that's interesting as well. Istvan Toth and some others.
What? That sneaky rat from Talmberg? He's still alive?
Not anymore.
You? Well done. Let's drink to that.
Death to the enemy.
What happened next?
Von Berghoff was attacked around the same time by the same men, so we thought we were on the same side as him. And we wanted to help him catch the bandits as a goodwill gesture.
Why didn't he catch them himself?
He tried. We found out for him that the bandits were holed up at Nabokov. When he sent his soldiers to their lair, we went with them. We wanted to be there and get Istvan.
And that's where you killed him?
No. We were nearly killed ourselves. Again.
By Istvan?
No, he wasn't there. The bandits were led by a fellow who fucked us right up, and von Bergov's entire force, too. He lured us into a trap and slaughtered everyone. Me and Capon were the only survivors.
It sounds like your guardian angel never gets a moment's rest.
Yeah, there was some luck in it. But it was more that Zizka knew he could get a ransom for Capon.
Wait, Zizka? He's the one who almost killed you.
You know him?
Of course I do. Zizka is in the service of Prokop of Luxembourg, King Wenceslas's cousin.
Aye, we found that out as well.
And what the hell was Istvan Toth doing with him?
It turned out he was spying for von Berghoff. But he didn't do a great job, fortunately. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here.
I am starting to get confused.
That makes two of us. Maybe we'll understand better if we get drunk.
You're not holding back, I see. Your health, then. After Zizka took us prisoner, it finally became clear we were on the same side, and Istvan had to flee.
So when did you kill that bastard?
Not till some time later. Just when we thought we were out of the woods and Istvan was gone, he appeared outside the walls of Nabokov again, with von Berghoff and Markvart von Aulitz. Von Aulitz was on his way to Kuttenberg with reinforcements for Sigismund, and with the finger of God.
With the what?
A bombard.
Good lord!
Have you ever seen one? I hadn't, until they used it against us.
I've heard about the bombard. An infernal weapon. Then what?
We didn't have a chance. They blew the tower to pieces and took us all prisoner. They took us to Trotsky and tortured us. But with the help of a woman who works with Zizka, we managed to escape.
Zizka. That man always has a trick or two in reserve.
Thank God. While we were making our escape, I crossed paths with Toff, and finally took my revenge for everything he did.
Dull moment with you, I see. To happy endings, then. And where is Lord Capon? Or should I call him the Prince of Poachers?
Well, the most fitting thing to call him would be hostage, because that's what he is now.
A hostage?
That's right. Von Berghoff took him with him. And that's why I'm here, in fact.
Your original plan went badly awry, I must say.
You can say that again.
For my part, I'm forced into hiding, as you've probably noticed. They're after me as if I owed taxes. Ah, if only I knew what Jobst would say.
I know exactly what he'd say as it happens.
You do?
I spoke to Jobst just after we arrived at Suchdal. He expressly forbade me to look for you, or try to rescue Capon.
That damned... Did he say why?
Aye. He said you can look after yourself. And as a nobleman, Capon has nothing to fear in captivity.
Ah, Jobst.
If we cause trouble for Sigismund, it could threaten his plans, he said. That's cowardice, if you ask me.
It's true I can take care of myself. But the old schemer could at least have warned me, whatever his plans might be.
Zizka sees Jobst as a pain in the arse, too. I mean, he's not fond of him. And he doesn't approve of his plan.
Then I expect he and I will see eye to eye. Although I prefer a different strategy to braining all and sundry with a mace. Even so, what brings you to me? You didn't take this risk just to tell me what Jobst is like, or that I should carry on with what I'm doing.
No. My first concern is to rescue Lord Capon, whatever schemes Jobst is dreaming up.
And then?
And also, it's about your safety.
My safety?
Well, you know how I said we were tortured? Well, they asked about you as well. That is, Istvan asked. And with the torturer there, it was hard. In the end, we told them where you were.
Where I am? In this city, you mean? That's not such a terrible betrayal. Gutenberg is a big city. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack.
Not that they have not tried. They almost caught you a couple of times. If it were not for my people.
That's true, of course. But I'm not going to bear a grudge. The executioner always gets what he wants. And if he hadn't, we wouldn't be talking right now.
I apologize.
No need. It's not your fault. Nevertheless, let's turn the page. Capon. How do you plan to free him?
That's exactly why I came to see you.
Oh. How's that?
Because you move in certain circles.
And?
You conspire. You hear all the rumors.
So?
So you might know where they're holding him.
Sigismund confiscated the property of some burghers and noblemen in the city when they opposed him, and he divided the property up between his loyal followers. He seized Malashov Fortress from the Rutards, for instance. And didn't you say, Sam, that he gifted it to von Berkhoff?
Yes, that is so.
That was before von Berkhoff was in these parts. But if he's here now, where else would he be but in Malashov? And if von Berkhoff is there...
That's where his captive will be.
Correct. Capon is at Malashov Fortress.
Well, that's fucked then. How the hell three of us conquer a fortress, and one of us a woman?
That's a conquest I'd like to see. It would go down in history.
The history of suicidal madness.
You can't just launch an assault on Malashov. It's a strong fortress. We'll need a cunning plan.
Or long ladders and lots of men. That could be arranged, maybe.
Careful! Jobst ordered us not to stir up trouble. And this would be serious trouble. But if Capon simply vanished...
Vanished how, exactly?
I don't know yet. But like I said, Malashov belonged to the Rutards. And I'm sure they're not keen on the new tenant. I think if you pay a visit to Sir Kunslin Rutard and convince him you have common interests, he'll be happy to think up a solution with you.
Like what?
Who knows? Perhaps Lord Rutard knows of a back door into his old home, and he might not be averse to an arrangement with someone who'll help him take revenge.
Someone like you.
Well, I wouldn't get my hopes up. But it's the best we've got, and there's no harm in trying. Where can I find this Kunslin?
Sigismund seized his fortress, but, surprisingly, he let him keep his palace in the city. It's right next to the Italian court.
All right. I'll give it a go.
Once you have some news, you know where to find me. Is there anything you want to know before you go?
Come to think of it, I've no idea where we actually are.
Of course. I'd forgotten how you got here.
We're in the Jewish quarter, in the basement of the King Solomon Tavern, below my tavern. Goyim do not just wander in here, but I will tell my people you are with us.
Thanks a whole lot. All right, I'll set off now.
Good luck. It was good to see you again, Henry. And be careful. There's bound to be spies swarming around the palace. This city isn't safe.
Tell me about it. Danger is my daily bread these days. What are you doing here?
That's a good question. Jobst thinks I'm his...
You're not.
I gave him some information before I had to go into hiding. Jobst thinks, quite foolishly I might say, that he'll be able to make a deal with...
You don't believe Jobst's plan will work?
Trusting your own plan tends to be a big mistake. It's better to assume something will go wrong. That's why I always have at least two. And the backup includes all of Sigismund's opponents. The city is full to the brim with them. Nearly every noble house has lost some property. They can't do much on their own, but if they join forces...
Why are the Jews helping?
Because I asked them to. Most Christians avoid Jews, and probably wouldn't even think of looking for something or someone. Besides, the local Jewish community have no love for Sigismund or von Berkov, so I don't have to worry about someone ratting me out.
They know von Berkov?
Sadly, they do. Von Berkov instigated a pogrom in Prague. Not long ago, our new king gave him... Those who survived fled here.
Why would he need convincing? You said he had had a serious...
Sigismund has made many enemies in Kuttenberg. He kicked off important burghers from the council, confiscated patricians' property, and imposed taxes and duties on them. But he's not stupid. He hasn't completely beggared anyone, so they'd still have a lot to lose if they confronted him directly.
He just made them fear him.
I'd rather call it caution, but you're essentially right. It's complicated. This isn't chess, and the lords aren't all black or white. Each of them has their own interests. Just because they can't stomach Sigismund doesn't mean they'll side with us.
So you're sending me there to find out where he stands?
You could say that. I suspect he might be inclined to ally with us, but as I said, nothing is certain. If it works out, it will be a great accomplishment. Kunslin was respected among the former councillors.
Excuse me.
I'm at your service.
Greetings, sir.
Do you have enough onions for the soup? I'm sorry.
You said you needed some help with something. What's going on?
Something's happened. Oh, a real mess. And I need help from someone reliable.
What is it?
When I was fishing around for information about Liechtenstein, I cast the net a bit too wide. And one of the servant girls I questioned was just found dead.
You think she was killed because of you?
I don't know. If I did, I wouldn't be asking you for help.
I'll help you. Tell me all about it. Who was this dead girl?
Her name was Alice. She was an ordinary, pretty girl. She worked as a maid. I heard they found her all hacked up, tossed somewhere by the town wall. Oh, folk in town are saying it was absolute slaughter. They took the body to the morgue by the St. Peter and St. Paul cemetery.
I'll go take a look at her. See if I can find anything.
I think that would be for the best. Though, I don't think it'll be a very pretty sight. You can ask the gravedigger for details. He'll know the most.
When did you last see the girl?
Around a week ago?
And did you notice anything suspicious about her?
Not at all. She was always cheerful, lively. She was looking forward to a dance. Though I'm afraid she won't be dancing ever again.
What was Alice trying to find out for you?
She always brought me the freshest gossip overheard from her master. And lately, what the other maids in town were saying.
And did you learn anything important from her? Something someone would kill her for?
That's the thing. All she brought me was gossip. Who was cheating on who wasn't going to confession, those sorts of things. So you'll have to figure out the rest for yourself.
What about your other girls? Are they all right?
Yes, fortunately. I'm careful enough to keep them pretty much in the dark about my plans. That's why Alice's death shocked me so much.
What are you going to do next?
I'd like to ask the others if they noticed anything suspicious. If someone is following them and the like, but...
But you don't want to scare them.
I'm scared myself. For them. Maybe nobody knows about them yet. If someone was to follow me, I could give them away. And I can't risk that. I don't want anyone else to die because of me.
What if I go and see them?
They don't know you, Henry. You'd only scare them. I'll figure something out. In the meantime, find out everything you can about Alice.
Do you think there could be something bigger behind the murder?
I don't know. Maybe she just got caught up in something. But it's strange. Why would someone do her like that? That's the kind of thing you do when you want to send someone a message.
Why did you ask me in particular for help?
Because you're the only one I know here.
Uh-huh.
But don't take it the wrong way. I'm actually glad it's you. You're pretty reliable. Not even Zhishka would be of much help to me here.
Uh-huh. Thanks. I know everything I need.
Good. Go to that graveyard, talk to the gravedigger, and take a look at that poor girl's body. In the meantime, I'll try to find out more. Then we'll put it all together, and I'll be damned if we can't come up with something.
Excuse me.
At your service, sir.
It sure does. Go on then. How was it?
You silly doggy. Christ.
We'll never be able to decipher the symbols.
Dobrodela, but...
Sure.
Take care.
Big city. There's no place like it. Greetings. Hey! You're all bloody.
Chenyek said you might have some work on the side for me.
Sure. You did a pretty good job last time, so I think you can...
So do you have some...
You know the rules. If I tell you about it...
I know how it is.
Good. But there's a catch. It's not dangerous, it's just... not for the... You see, a certain mine owner recently kicked the bucket, and we need to bring him back to life. That Hanneman rot may have been a cunt, but he sure was rich, and above all. So, by law, the church, the city, and that Hungarian horse son Sigismund will all get a share of his property.
And what do you want me to do?
Fortunately, Rot was vain enough to be buried in a tomb with his rings, and more importantly, his seal. Now do you get it?
Ah, I understand. The guild could use the seal to conclude a few interesting binding contracts, eh?
Most astute. Exactly so. Bring me the seal, and whatever else you find on the way is yours. Corpses can always be difficult, so if you want any good luck charms, just say so.
Where is the dead mine owner's tomb?
Right in the Sedlet's graveyard in the underground ossuary. Just look for a freshly bricked hole in the wall. It might be marked with something.
What does the seal look like?
Nothing special, just a bronze seal on a neck chain.
Good. Now I know
So, break a leg.
Tell me more about these thieves' charms.
One couldn't get by without them in our profession. You can usually buy them cheap from an executioner or knacker, since they're the only ones who can cut into fingers, hair, veins, teeth, and fingernails. They're all good if you want to be lucky and not get...
Do you have one of those thieves' charms for good luck?
Naturally. Tried and true.
Fine. Do we have a deal?
You really won't... By all means.
I'm Henry.
I'm Rat, that's what they call me. My nimble fingers, me and Hog. We're the main workforce in the guild.
Tell me about yourself.
I'm doing what I've always done. But now, I'm doing it for a higher purpose. Because I only steal from the enemies of the Kingdom of Bohemia.
Have you ever thought about finding more honest?
And let others rob me blind on my earnings? Thanks, friend. I think I'll stick with stealing.
What do you think?
If you want to talk, go. All I can tell you is that ever since the guild began, even thievery may... Suddenly, I don't... And a part of every haul goes to the poor. So everyone...
Isn't that just an excuse?
Not at all. You can see the results with your own eye. Most of the city... Take care, then.
Good hit. Greetings. What brings you here?
Tell me.
Genyek pulled me literally. I've been helping. Well,
You say that like it doesn't...
Genyek, man. He's a barber.
So you...
Pretty much.
Don't you have...
Well, check until...
You don't seem to...
What could... At least, so I...
Tell me...
Look, all I for...
I'd like...
What is...
Come on, lads.
You're doing well today!
No stupid mistakes now.
I'm sorry.
To hell with it.
Well, come to your... Farewell.
Good day. What would you say to another fight?
Why not?
Farewell, sir.
Excuse me.
Easy. Easy. Nice and slow.
Slowly. Nice and slow.
Whoa! Excuse me.
That city tournament. What an occasion, eh?
You must be the local gravedigger.
That's right. They call me František. At least them that can speak do. Ha!
They too will fall silent someday.
True that. What can I do for you?
I hear there was a murder here recently. Some young girl?
True. True. She's lying in the morgue. But who the hell are you? Another Gawker?
Another? Why would anybody come to look at her?
People ain't got no respect. As soon as news spread about what was done to her, folk are always turning up to have a gawk. So if you ain't one of them Gawkers, you must be one of them other types. Well, no, you can't shave her. No, no thumb for a souvenir.
I don't want to take anything. I need to find something out.
Like what exactly?
Who killed her?
Why?
I'm in service of the Lords of Lipa. I'm to find out who was responsible for this murder.
What do the Lords of Lipa care about a dead girl?
Truth be told, not much. But it's at the request of her master.
Ah, that makes more sense. At least someone is trying to sort this out. The others weren't so lucky. It's true that Lumiere ain't shown no interest in her yet. I wouldn't expect that from him no more.
Who's this Lumiere? Another one of those gawkers and collectors?
No, no. He actually tried to help.
Help? How?
Well, he was investigating them others.
Right. You said she wasn't the first.
Aye. We had a couple of similar cases. Lumiere said they was all killed by the same murderer.
And who is this Lumiere?
He used to work for the local bailiff. I think he knew the first one what was killed, but that was a long time ago.
Do you remember how many girls were killed?
You mean you don't know nothing about it? Here, even the sparrows are squawking about it.
I haven't been in Kuttenberg very long.
I see. There's been one every few weeks for the past year.
Do you know where the last one got killed?
I heard some talk about it when they brought her here. But what do you want to do there?
Look for clues. Footprints, blood, anything.
That can help you?
That's worth a try.
I heard she was killed by the town walls, close to the Hole in the Wall, a dodgy tavern in the Hoprink neighborhood.
Thanks. What's this Lumiere got to do with this?
Well, like I told you, he used to work for the bailiff. I think he was a scribe.
A scribe keeps records in the Black Chronicle, though I've never heard of one doing his own investigations.
Well, the old bailiff wasn't all that interested in the common folk. But Lumiere, he was quite helpful. Folk heard about it and went to him with whatever was troubling them.
I'd like to speak with Lumiere. Do you know where I can find him?
At his home in Bohemia Street. That's near the church. You won't find him at the bailiff's no more. I don't know exactly why, though. Seems he had some quarrel with the bailiff.
Thanks.
It's my pleasure. Especially helping someone from the land of the living. Actually, speaking of the living, there's a girl what comes here and grieves over that dead maid. I think her name is Barbara.
And do you know where I could find her?
She said she serves in one of the burgers' houses. So either there or in the morgue with that poor dead girl.
Thanks again, Master Gravedigger.
Careful.
Are you Barbara? I'm told you knew Alice.
Alice? Aye. She was almost like a sister to me. We served together for years. Why'd you ask?
I'm trying to find out who did this to her. I'm afraid the killer might want to go after my friend as well.
Ah.
Who did you serve?
Our master is a local merchant. He is trying his hand at trading wine.
How did Alice get along with your master?
Fine. Just like with everyone. Our master is a bit strict.
What's his name?
Why? But you can't see him anyway.
It occurred to me that maybe he could have done it.
No, he couldn't. He was gone when it happened. He hadn't been home in And besides, why would he kill them others too? He never even...
I heard about that. And also about Lumia.
Well, if you're interested, maybe you'll catch him sober enough to talk.
Do you know of any suitors she might have had?
I know she was seeing someone. Why?
I'd like to talk to him as well.
But I don't know who it was. Alice said he was rich and dressed nicely. But she promised him she'd never tell anyone his name.
And you never saw him?
No, never. I don't even know where she met with...
Do you know what exactly happened?
No. One day, she just didn't come home.
What do you mean, like that?
You haven't seen her yet?
I haven't.
Then don't. It's a horror. She was such a pretty girl. And it didn't even leave that untouched.
What do you mean?
Who could have cut off her hair like that? And why? None of it makes sense.
So, I'll leave you to... So, let's see what we have here. My God! Someone really did a number on her. Oh, they ripped open her entire belly. There must have been buckets of blood. Jesus Christ. There's hardly any blood left in her. The place they found her must look like a slaughterhouse. I should go there and take a look. Her lips are bloody, but nothing more. Tongue still in place. But if he killed her for blabbing, I reckon he'd have cut out her tongue or something, wouldn't he? These are more like chops than cuts. Somebody must have taken a sword to her. Knife wounds would be smaller, and an axe would have made a bigger mess. But it couldn't have been a long sword. That would have been clumsy. It was something shorter and nimbler. God, that madman cut off both her breasts and bits of flesh. What did he do with it all afterwards? Did he really keep all the pieces? Nobody could be that sick, could they? Her face is a little bruised and cut, but nobody cut her there. But she has a dark ring around her neck. Was she strangled? The murderer must have... And her hair is all matted with blood and hacked off. I don't even know what colour it was. Maybe there's something more to it. What if the murderer kept her hair like some kind of sick trophy? Just some scratches and bruises.
I'm so sorry.
The killer probably surprised her. She didn't even have time. So, the murderer must have awfully strong hands, because he strangled her and left a dark ring around her neck. Then he took a short sword or saber and started hacking at her. She's missing parts of her torso, but they aren't by the body. He also cut off most of her hair. He cut off her breasts, but left her tongue, then left her lying there for all to see. To send a message, maybe? Or a warning? Only if it was a warning for telltales, he would have cut out her tongue or something, wouldn't he? I don't know why he killed her, but I don't think it's because of Catherine. Easy, easy. Nice and slow.
My respects.
Hey, may I intrude? I need some help.
Come and take your... A blessed morning to you.
Excuse me.
I'm at your service, sir. I apologise.
You're always welcome here, noble sir.
This is the place. There's a lot of blood and some footprints. But I'm not sure how much more I'll be able to find. Christ, that's a lot of blood. But after seeing what they did to the girl, I'm not surprised. I'm not sure I'll be able to find any remains. I wonder what happened to them. I can't make anything out of this. The whole town's been walking around here. There could have been one killer or a dozen. I'm surprised I haven't completely trampled out the blood. It's hard to make out, but I think I see some slashing from a blade. So, there's still a lot of blood left, but I expected even more. I found some faint blade marks. Either the others were trampled out, or someone skilled was wielding it. It didn't look to me like any remains were left lying around. I've no idea what he did with them. Did he keep them or throw them away?
God, quick! Go! 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 Go!
Christ wounds! Watch out with that horse.
Lumiere?
Oh. Christ, my head.
I need to ask you...
I said not so loud.
That's some hangover. He's useless to me like that. Unless I'm willing to wait for him to sleep it off, I'll have to get him some kind of cure or potion. This should suck. Here. Drink up. Better?
What? Who... What are you doing here?
My name is Henry.
And what do you want from me?
I'm trying to find out who killed a certain girl. And I was sent to you.
To me? What for?
Are you Lumiere from the Rat House? The scribe?
I used to be. Now I'm just...
They say that about you. Why?
Because I was just on some wild goose... And what came of it?
But I need your help.
If I were you, lad, I'd leave it be. You can't help that. You'll just end up hurting yourself.
Come now, Luke.
Poor girls. Nobody was all that interested in it. We let it be in the end. We let a monster walk among us. No way. You...
I'm not doing it for myself. I'm afraid he might kill one of my friends.
A friend, eh? I searched high and low. And what did I get at? What makes you think you can find out more?
Because I know people, and can easily convince them. In the end, they spill their gut.
Is that so? What about me?
Well, a moment ago you were moaning in pain, and now you're deliberating whether or not to tell me what you know.
All right. Who was this dead?
Her name was Alice. She worked as
a maid. That fits. Yarka was a maid too, as were most of the other victims. What did she look like?
I think that he strangled her first, and then went at her with a longer blade and disemboweled her.
Did you notice the strangulation right away? It took me a while. Maybe you really will track her down.
Do you think it's the same murder?
Counting your girl, that makes 6 victims who were first strangled and then mutilated. If it's not all the same person, they must be collaborating somehow.
This is the 6th one. How long?
Probably about a year now. Sometimes it takes him months, sometimes weeks. But I'm including missing girls.
Why are you counting the missing girls?
Because I think someone killed them, and we just haven't found them.
Did the dead girls have anything in common?
Aside from being pretty young girls with no proper family or background, no.
Do you think somebody is killing them because they're poor, and nobody will miss them?
Certainly.
If somebody killed the daughter of a local lord, no stone would be left unturned.
But why does he even kill in the first place?
I don't know. Maybe he hates women. Damn it. I feel like I'm going in circles.
What can you tell me about Yarka?
She wasn't the first. But thanks to her, people started. She was a maid in a German family. By all accounts, she was orphaned as a child. The priest from the Church of St. Peter and Paul, Father Prokop, raised her. They found her body tossed behind a barn at the edge of town. She was cut all the way from her neck downwards. An awful sight to behold.
Did you have any suspects?
At first, I thought the son from that family did it. The murderer is usually some, but then I changed my mind.
Why?
Well, for one, I remembered the two girls before her who ended up almost. Besides that, when I talked to the lad, he seemed he wasn't the least bit interested in Yarka. Then his mother told me that they threw her out a week before the murder because she was a harlot who stayed out till all hours of the night. And that really surprised me, because Father Prokop had vouched for her good reputation. Maybe he just didn't want to admit what had become of her.
What about Stanya?
She was an alehouse wench in a tavern of ill repute called the...
You said her body was never found.
You have no idea how much I'd like to believe that. Only there was a lot of blood. Unfortunately, the investigation wasn't very successful. The hole is a world of its own, and the people there aren't very forthcoming.
Did you suspect anybody?
You could suspect every second man there. Those people have nothing but thievery and... The innkeeper, Mole, definitely knew Stanya, since she worked for him. But he isn't all that chat.
So if I want to learn anything more, I have to ask...
Yeah, he still runs.
And what about that Zdena? You said her body...
Exactly. But to tell the truth, nobody besides Alice, Zdena was the most recent victim. It's only been a few weeks since she went missing, but I suppose nobody wanted to do any more.
But if her body was never found, how do you know she was killed?
Because she was the same type as the other girls. Maybe the prettiest of them all. Young, beautiful. A real live one. Lively as the devil. She was a thief. I never could pin it on her, though. She always found some...
Maybe she robbed the wrong people.
Maybe. She had a partner in crime by the name of Strunad. Quite a number. When I asked him about Zdena, he told me he'd rather rip it.
Do you think he'd be more forthcoming?
He might be. You're not known all over town like a catchpole. Besides, it might still be fresh in his memory.
And what about the other?
It all started with them, though nobody did much about it at the time. The first one worked as a bathhouse maid. She'd only been in town for a short while, and nobody really knew her. But the other one, Libushka, she was from Loretz. She was a maidservant, too. I also talked. She said she was really cheerful and outgoing. There were lots of suitors circling around her, but she knew she was pretty and knew she could do better than some farm.
You mean she wanted someone higher up?
That's what it sounded like. But her mother never found out who she had her eye on.
Interesting. I'll try...
In the graveyard, lad. It's sad to say, but we can't help those two dead girls now. And there's nobody else left who could tell us anything.
Why were you looking into it? Who were those dead...
I don't know what people told you about me, but for many long... Gutenberg is a big city with a lot of people. Silver, silver, silver. The bailiff was always running from hell to Hades, from one rich man to another, settling their quarrel.
But there are more than just rich burghers and lords in the city.
Exactly. There are common folk, too. There's a lot more of them. So when one of them came to the bailiff's one time, and the bailiff was running around somewhere, I started to deal with it myself.
Behind the bailiff's back?
Not really. Andreas supported my activities.
What happened?
I don't want to talk about it.
Did you have any suspects?
You can always find... I always dragged the most suspicious ones to the body in the morgue by force. And...
Couldn't it have just been an...
Fainting? Vomiting?
Can you sum it all up?
We have 6 victims here. Unfortunately, we only know a little about the last 4. The most recent. Of the remaining 4, the first to be killed was the maidservant, Yarka. The next were Stanya and Zdena. Their bodies weren't found. They both hung around a tavern they call the Hole in the Wall. And the last victim is Alice now. What they all have in common is that they were...
Good.
When you learn something more, you've aroused a bit of hope in me, lad.
You're always welcome here, noble sir.
Good day to you. What?
Father, I need to ask...
I don't have time for theological
That's not why I'm here. My name's Henry, and I wanted to ask about the murder that someone killed and gutted a young maidservant and left her body lying by the city walls. And I hear it's not the first time this...
Another one murdered. May the Lord... Why is it...
Somebody is murdering maids here.
Yes, but... Those poor souls are already at...
I don't want revenge. I want to stop more killing. That's a better...
True enough.
One of the other victims was a girl named Yarka. But I reckon you know. What can you tell me about?
About Yarka? She was an ordinary girl. She served the von Grol family.
Where did you know Yarka from?
I knew her since she was a little girl. Knew her family.
And?
I was her uncle.
Who do you think?
William, that pig of Satan. He gambles in the tavern on All Saints' Day and leads the... Yarka always went there to listen.
Why do you think it was William? Do you have any evidence?
Evidence? He's a skirt chaser, a tool of Satan. He messes with poor...
And does anyone else come to mind?
No.
You raised her?
Yes. Unfortunately, I'm not the first of the clergy to have a child on the side.
No offense, but how did you know what to do?
I was a bit, when she was smaller, it was... Maybe I was too hard on her.
How does that even work? Did you have a...
When she was small, I could. But when she grew up...
Why do you think you were too hard?
Yarko was an orphan, with no... Her only chance of a good life was a good upbringing. But the more I led her in that direction...
You're well off, though.
I couldn't. Even if she had been my very own. More so, since she was my brother's.
But how come?
The church's property always remains the church's.
How did she rebel against...
She wouldn't listen. She ran away. She ran around with all sorts. And how did it turn out?
Disgrace? What the devil are you talking...
She was pregnant! Even if she had lived, what then? Nobody would want to marry her anymore.
Why don't you respect Luke?
That's my business. I won't tell you.
But this is important. Do I look like someone who's asking up?
Lumir.
What?
Yes.
And...
It turned out he was deranged. How could he even... He's finished.
I've heard enough, Father.
Son, I'll give you some good advice.
Easy. Good horse.
you blind? You almost ran into me. Hear ye. Come closer. Don't be shy. Follow me first.
Easy. Nice and slow. Whoa!
I love you. More than my own brother.
What's the hold-up? Greetings. What do you need?
Did a Stanya work here?
Stanya. It depends.
My name's Henry.
Names don't interest me. The main thing, what kind of guest?
I'm a good...
Really? Let's see. Do you know how to recognize...
By the fact he spends a lot of...
Aye. I like... So, what'll it...
What if I simply paid you, and you tell... I want to know if Stanya worked.
She did. And she don't know more.
I heard she disappeared without a trace. So I'm trying to find out if anyone had anything...
It's possible. The chamber she was sleeping in here was total. The door open. Everything emptied out. And Stanya was gone. All...
Tell me something else.
First, you'll have another beer.
What?
If you want to ask...
You're quite the...
I prefer to be called an enterprising... So...
I don't want to pay you. I think you could answer my questions directly and not always try to wheedle money out. That makes it look like you might have some motive for keeping me from finding out anything about...
Nonsense. How could you ask me anything?
Did anybody see what actually happened when Stanya did...
No. It was at night. The tavern tends to be empty at that hour. And you won't meet many people on the street.
What was Stanya like?
A bold woman. One has to be here. Everyone's ballsy here unless you nib it in the bud right away. She was hanging around a bard for a while. I don't know how close they were, but she also had another suit.
Someone from the...
No. A charcoal burner. I heard he was from somewhere in... I think his name was...
What do you know about that bard?
What about him? He's a minstrel, a skirt chaser. What more can I say? He called himself William. As far as I know, he plays in the miners' tavern in the evenings. But sometimes he shows up...
You think he might have been the one who...
Now that you mention it, he cleared out of town for a while and only came back not long ago. I know he met with some odd people and talked about God knows what. Like, besides, you know what minstrels are like. Lasses just flock to them. And like they say,
Or in this case... Apart from those men, did anyone else... I mean... More...
Well, I got bad news for you. She had two close friends.
Why?
One was hit by a cart, even before Stanya disappeared. And the other one got married and...
How did Stanya's...
The door was wide open. Most of her things were gone, but some remained. And there was blood.
Blood?
Not so much, really. More like hand or footprints. If someone done her in, they definitely didn't do it in that...
Where can I find it?
I already told you. In the
Could you be a bit more precise?
I don't know that bloke at all. So if I was you, I'd look...
That's all I need to know.
Why the hell after they pour the beer on the table.
Are you Sternad?
Who the fuck are you?
Just an ordinary bloke who has some
Well then, piss off. You won't get any all you're gonna get here.
Why so rash? That kind of attitude. Let's make a deal. You tell me everything you know about Zdena, and I'll make sure you're no worse for wear.
Ah. You're the lord what that whore robbed. Don't worry about it. She weren't nothing but a lying.
So, if I understand correctly, we can...
For the right price, I'll tell...
Is this the right...
You fucking bet it is.
Where can I find Zdena?
Aye. That's what I like to fucking know too. Last time I saw her... Well...
Yeah.
I can well imagine. Well, she went to Rabstein Mill. It's quite a long ways away. She had some unfinished business with some bloke called Pint. Ain't nobody...
What can you tell me about Zdena?
What do you want to hear? I try to keep her out of trouble, but there's...
So you were taking care of her?
Well, just in front of the others. Other than that, she did what she wanted. Always made her mind.
So you weren't too fond of her?
Not really, no. But she did have a knack for...
Did she have any friends or lovers who'd know more?
Who come to see that bitch? She was always off somewhere, seeing...
Someone came to see her?
Well, aye. Some stuffed frock came here once. All old, and he said he had some job for her. That she should leave behind her sinful life. But he left empty-handed. She told him to...
Do you know who that priest...
Some fucking Prokop or Pravoslav or... But that reminds me. I saw her a couple of times with another bastard.
And could she have run away with this bard, William?
With that lily-livered fop? Well, he ain't been seen in town for some time, but I think someone was out to get him. He still don't come here no more. He plucks that loot of his in the Miners' Tavern. The Weege.
What do you know about this priest?
Not much. Seems they knew each other from before, and he had some job for her somewhere, serving as a maid or something. But she weren't stupid. She told him to fuck.
And did he go?
Aye, indeed. He didn't look like the kind of fella that had knocked some sense into a woman. I think he just told her if she changed her mind to come and see him. Or some shit like that.
And could she have changed her mind and gone to him? And that's why nobody's seen her?
No, no. She took off. I'm sure about that.
I've heard enough. Easy, good horse.
May God give you help.
I'm looking for someone named Stanya.
You're in a charcoal camp, fella. What would a woman be?
But you know Stanya.
Aye. You could...
I'm looking for the killer of a girl in town. And I heard that someone also tried to kill this...
That's true. She told me something like that. But that was a long time.
So you don't know what became of her?
Really don't know, mate. But even if I did know, how can I be sure?
Lumir himself, the Kuttenberg bailiff's former scribe, gave me the task. He was looking into her disappearance, and he sent me to find...
Well, I remember Lumir. He was all right.
But what?
You seem like the right... Sorry, but after all that happened to Stanya...
So Stanya...
Aye. She's hiding with us. Since that thing happened, she's afraid to even go outside. I don't know what to do with...
Can I speak to her?
If it'll help you. But be nice to her. She's in a bad way. Till we meet again.
To you as well.
Who are you? How did you find me? If you came here to finish what you started, I'm not afraid of you. I'll claw your eyes out.
Don't be afraid. Barton told me where to find you.
Barton sent you to me. What do you want from me?
Lumir thought you were dead. I was supposed to find out what happened to you.
Lumir? From the rat house. He sent you.
Exactly. Someone killed a girl in Kuttenberg. Lumir thought it might be connected with you, so maybe you could help us find out who did it.
How can I help you when I haven't been in Kuttenberg since...
You disappeared from the hole in the wall without saying goodbye. Without...
Someone attacked me when I was coming home from the baths one night. I managed to get away, but I was so afraid.
Did you see who it was?
Not at all. I didn't see anything until he jumped out of the shadows and grabbed me around the neck, and he was terribly strong. I nearly blacked out right...
And how did you manage to break free?
I had an empty pitcher in my hand, and I hit him with it. He howled and let me go, and I...
Here? To the charcoal?
No. First to my room. I was so scared there. I took what I could and ran. Here.
And your lover? What did he say?
At first he was horrified, because I had cut myself on a shard from the pitcher. He's been hiding me here.
What was it like working in the...
Well, I earned a few groschen, that I did. But I often...
How so?
Every single day I had to put up with their lewd remarks. Rich or poor, everyone wants to grope a girl. People, well, Us girls have to watch out, especially in a play, but you can't overdo it either.
How so?
Because if you smile at them nicely, then sometimes they leave a groschen, or you have to keep a balance. To look friendly...
You said that rich or poor, they all like to grope girls. Like who?
Truth be told, the hole isn't exactly a good place for a rich man, but young von Groll used to go there for a while.
Is that so?
He smiled at me a lot, so I smiled back, but beyond a few groschen, there wasn't... Then this thieving wench started hanging around him, but that servant of his didn't like it, tried to drive her away, and so the young lord stopped bringing him with him.
Von Grolla had a servant with him?
Aye, a pudgy fella, well-dressed, but he never said a word or smiled.
You walked home from the bath?
What's so odd about that?
Well, at night...
Ah, right. I always brought the girls a pitcher of wine or ale, and took a bath while they drank it.
Ah. So that's why you had the...
Right. I went there regularly.
The same way every...
Aye, always the same way. The shortest one. I didn't want to stay out too long at night.
And who knew that you went by yourself to the...
Well, everyone from the tavern.
Why didn't you go back?
Just to get murdered. I'm never going back there.
How are you now?
I'm still awful scared. I can't fall asleep, and I can't even really leave the house.
Do you remember anything important about the attacker? What he looked like?
I don't know anything. It was at night. He grabbed me from behind, and then I...
And what about when you hit him?
He let me go.
Aha. And what did he say?
He said Scheisse. In German.
Seems you're the only one to survive the killer. I know it isn't easy for you to think about it, but try to remember, or when you were running away. Anything can happen.
I don't know.
You were walking down the street. Did you notice anything before?
No.
You didn't see anything or hear it?
Actually, I knew the side street wasn't empty. I heard somebody talking, but when I looked, there was nobody there. So when somebody grabbed me, I completely froze.
Did you understand what they were talking about?
Not at all. But there were two voices.
It's difficult, I understand. Aside from those voices and the empty
I didn't hear him at all. And then...
And nothing else? Did he...
Well, no. He grabbed me by the throat just for a moment. But I still had a big bruise round my neck for weeks. Barton said the man must have had a terribly strong grip. Like a mind...
I heard William liked pretending to be a spy.
Aye, I thought it pretty silly. A stupid trick to make himself seem more... Though, I reckon he's more likely to attract an arse-kicking than a...
Couldn't it have been that innkeeper, then? You yourself said...
Aye, when he drinks, he turns into a total bastard. All lewd remarks and groping... Only when I got to my room, I could hear him snoring. It couldn't have been him.
Couldn't it have been Father
Father Prokop?
Well, he's pretty old. He preaches in the Church of St. Peter and...
I don't know him. And if he's an old man, how...
I reckon that'll...
I'm sorry I'm not able to...
You don't need to apologise.
Thank you. Could I ask...
If it's in my...
When you catch that bastard, would you please let me know?
I'll stop by if I...
God bless you, sir.
Go! Quick! Ja! Ja! Quick! Ja! Ja! God! Go! God! God! Quick! God! Quick!
Whoa, whoa. May God give you...
Good afternoon.
Are you Pine?
I am.
I'm looking for his dinner.
I don't know any Stenner.
Sternad said something different.
You're a friend of Sternard's.
God forbid. That's all I need. A friend like that bastard. But he was the only one who...
You're right there. Stenner was always cursing him. He was as lazy as a pig.
So you knew Stenner?
I know Stenner all right. But she ain't been here in... Why are you looking for her?
I'm looking for a... Back in the city, they think she's either dead or run off somewhere. And you're the last person to see her before...
Whatever.
What can you tell me about Zden?
She always had it hard. She lost her parents and her home as a child. She had to learn to take...
And what about Sternad? How does he fit?
Sternard was her guardian angel, as she used to say. If she hadn't been thieving with him, she probably would have ended up a whore. But by sharing with him, she could do what she wanted.
Uh-huh. I'm surprised she stuck with him as long as she...
That's because... she had a hideout, so that's why she'd come to me with her loot, before they taxed her on the spot. And the last time she was here, she said one more haul like this, and she'll be able to go wherever she wanted.
I heard she wanted to sell you some valuables.
Oh, aye. She had a good haul. No rubbish. Mostly jewelry, rings, one signet ring with... She left it all here. I paid her a pretty sum of coin. It was a good thing she had a basket with her. Otherwise, she couldn't have carried it all.
And what about that signet ring? She
didn't sell me the ring. She wanted to keep it.
Do you know what kind of luck she meant? Did you recognize...
No. I didn't recognize that signet. But all the while, Dana was giggling to herself. I reckon she had her eye on another...
Where did she go next from here?
That she did. She also had a feeling someone was following her.
Someone followed her on a horse from Kuttenberg. Did she say...
She didn't. At first, she thought it was some wealthy lord out for a ride. But he held back. Never passed...
And did you see him?
No. But Zdenna thought he would show. She even left her scarf here and paid some girl to walk around with it to make it look like she was still here.
And then where'd she go?
She wanted to go the back way, through the woods, so nobody could follow her. Past the woods is a road and a ford across a stream. Next to it is a huge boulder. When it rains, the water can rise fast. The road goes on to Kuttenberg.
Well, if it leads back to the road and there was really someone following her, I reckon if they saw she was long in returning, they could have waited for her at the ford, no?
Fuck! That's quite possible. I made a point of looking, but I didn't see any riders that day.
Is Denna's scarf?
Aye. I wanted to give it back to her the next...
Will you give it to me? I'll try...
All the same to me. Here you go.
And could it have been Father Prokop?
What do I know? If he has a horse and fancy clothes...
I heard he wanted to find her an honest job, but she wasn't...
I don't know. She didn't say nothing.
And could it have been William?
And who would that be?
He's this bard she was seeing.
I don't know about that. I don't remember her mentioning...
Well, I'll go and check out that fort.
I hope you don't. See you soon, my friend.
Michael's talking about. I should take a look around here. This must be that basket of silver Zdena was carrying with her. She wouldn't have just left that here. But where did it come from? Maybe it rolled down the hill? Oh, poor thing. She didn't get very far. Ugh, she's been lying here a long time. At first glance, this body isn't as mutilated as the others. Unfortunately, I can't tell if somebody strangled her like the others. She's been lying here too, but her head is smashed in. Either the murderer hit her with a rock, or dashed her hard against the ground. She must have put up a fight. Or maybe he lost... Oh, she's all stuck to her clothes. They're torn up, but I don't see any cuts. The rips are odd. Like someone was looking for something. Oh, I can't make much out by now, but it seems as if the fingers on her right hand are broken. Did the murderer torture her? Or was he trying to get something out of her hand? Oh, my God. Oh, something fell out of her. A signet ring. Oh, that must be the one she stole. How did it get inside her? Did she swallow it herself? Or did the murderer shove it in there? Was she trying to hide it? Or was it punishment for stealing? Well, that's enough. But what does it all mean? I'd say she put up a decent fight, and the killer had to improvise. And that's about all I can find out. She's probably... That ring is a good...
No business here.
Huh?
That's right.
Excuse me. What are you doing here?
Huh? Get moving.
Pues...
I'm sorry.
I wanted to ask about another...
Ask away.
Well, I'll go and check out that Ford.
I hope you don't. See you soon, my friend.
Greetings, friend.
Excuse me.
It's William, right?
What is it? Do we know each other?
My name's Henry. And no, we don't know each other, and you don't owe me money. We have a lot of
What? I don't have to talk.
It's like I'm invisible or something.
You don't need to. I can go and chat with the guards instead. Tell them you're the one hurting those girls.
What? I don't...
Really? You? A notorious skirt chaser?
I just got back to the city. I don't know what you're trying to pin on me.
But everyone remembers you. You better spit it out. But
come on, ask away.
Did you know Alice?
I know a lot of Alices.
The one they found dead somewhere below...
Oh, her.
I heard she used to go to...
Yeah, and? I'm not the only musician in the city.
They say she had a rich young suitor.
Me? Do I look rich to...
But you could at least pass yourself off as wealthy.
Or I could claim to be the Virgin Mary, but I doubt anyone would believe me.
And did you ever meet Yarka? It was a long time ago, but I heard she used to hang around you a lot.
Oh, that one. Aye, she was very keen on...
Because somebody killed...
I know what happened was a tragedy, but it wasn't my fault. She stopped talking to me long before that.
And did you know she was pregnant?
What? Yarka was... That's horrible.
That's what I'd like to find out. What about the unwilling father-to-be? It wouldn't happen to...
What? Mine? I never even got under her skirt. We just flirted a bit, and then she stopped coming.
And can you tell me anything else?
I don't know anything. It was a long time.
And I hear you knew...
Which one do you...
The alehouse wench from the hole.
Well, she batted her eyes at me a couple of times when I was still playing there. And
And the innkeeper Mole told me a different story. He said you were the one...
Fine, we had a bit of fun together. But she was always...
Before she gave you the boot for an ordinary charcoal burn.
That's not true. She'd been seeing that charcoal burner long...
And you didn't mind?
Why should I?
So what did you want from her?
You're yanking my pizzle, right? Of course I wanted to fuck her, but no, we never got around to it.
Someone wanted to kill her.
What? Yeah, but... What does that have to do with me? It wasn't me, and I don't know anybody who'd want to...
And what about Zdena?
Do I know Zdena? As wild as the...
Did she steal something from you?
A travelling minstrel doesn't have much to steal, but she was well aware of that. She was on the lookout for some bet.
Well, Zdena...
They caught her. I told her she'd be better off travelling the world.
Worse. Someone killed...
So her too?
I'm afraid so.
Thanks. Though it should have occurred to me since you're asking about...
You don't happen to know who she wanted?
There were lots. Anyone she thought was rich enough who let her ply her charms for... Like young von Groller. When he started coming here, she got to him right away. Said she was gonna rob him blind.
And might she have stolen a ring?
I don't know. I had to... Look, why are you asking me about... You don't seriously think I killed...
Well, you did know them all.
And? I'm surely not...
That may be true. But everybody knows you're a skirt chaser, and they were all pretty... And now...
But I had nothing...
So you didn't do anything to them?
No! Why would I? What would I get out of it? It doesn't make any sense. It goes against God.
You dare invoke God?
I admit, I'm no saint, but for Christ's sake, I'd never kill...
Good. But if any clue leads me back here to you...
You won't hear about me again, I swear.
while you can. Fine.
I found out some interesting things about those murders.
That's wonderful news. I promised Catherine we'd wait for her.
You know Catherine?
She came to see me soon after you did, and started asking me questions.
Will you send for her? So, we're all here.
I hope nobody else shows up. How did it go?
I reckon I've found out all I can.
And do you know who the murderer is?
Not exactly, but I have a few...
I've asked around a bit, and...
Is that so? See, I was trying to recall some more details.
Well, I didn't do all this for nothing.
Well...
Catherine, who do you suspect?
Well, I think it was that priest. Prokop.
That's nonsense. It couldn't have been...
Couldn't have? Then who do you think it was?
It had to be William.
God, now you're talking nonsense. I'm sure William is in...
So I see we disagree. Too bad. We could have been done with it.
Well, who do you think it was then?
I'm not entirely sure. First, I'll tell you what I found out.
Go on then.
Let's talk about Yarka. The one raised...
What did you learn about her?
Prokop didn't just raise her out of the goodness of his heart. He was actually her uncle.
Really? But he still could have killed her.
His own relative?
Why not? He's a priest.
Prokop also admitted that he didn't know how to handle her, and perhaps he was too strong.
What do you expect from a Bible thumper? Man punishes and God forgives. It never occurs to them that if man didn't punish, God wouldn't have to forgive.
Well, maybe I wouldn't hold it against him. He really tried to make sure she was well taken care of. He wanted to find her a hut.
And did you learn who he found?
No. I think it fell apart when Yarka started rebelling. Yarka started working for the von Groller family, where she remained until her death.
I was there to ask whether she'd given them any trouble, but they said she was always thorough and...
Ah, so what's the story with von Grolls?
A very wealthy and important family. The mother is quite devout, known to spend a lot of time in prayer. Old von Groller's been sick for years.
So, who runs affairs?
That would be young Hendel. They say he's...
Before her death, I heard she often went to dance.
There's nothing wrong or surprising about that.
Maybe. Prokop was convinced that she went to see William. That was actually the only name he mentioned.
That doesn't mean any...
It means she had some relationship with William. Or...
And now, most importantly, Yarka was pregnant when they killed her.
I didn't know that. Do you know for sure?
To make it impossible to tell she was pregnant, I wouldn't be surprised.
May God forgive us.
Do you know who she was pregnant with? Because if we know who the father is, we'll likely know who the killer is.
She didn't tell Prokop.
It had to be someone from those dances.
Prokop is convinced that she was murdered by that bar.
I heard the daughters of important men come to see him. It even went so far he had to flee the city.
Really? But I found out you accused Prokop first, Lumir.
What? Why?
It doesn't matter.
And were you as sure then as you are now about Will?
I don't think so. But he's a skirt chaser. If he got your...
Perhaps. But why would he kill and mutilate her? He could have just run away.
But then he could never come back.
Why not? He could come back a year later, once things have died down, the child would be born, the shame forgotten, and nobody would bring it up again.
I suppose that makes sense. That's all I was able to...
You still found out more than I...
But it's not enough. We still don't know who the killer...
But we can agree that she was killed because of her pregnancy, can't we?
Agreed. Somebody got rid of her to make sure nobody found out she was pregnant.
I'm sure William wanted...
William isn't the only man with a prick. And he certainly didn't use it to strangle her to death.
Such language. What are you trying to...
that William isn't the only man in the city. It could have been any...
I'm not saying it couldn't have been him, though I don't think it was. It just seems...
I suppose you're right.
I managed to find Stanya.
Alive?
I did. Alive and well.
So, she's not one of our...
She is. She just managed to escape. She said she was attacked on her way home from the baths. She heard somebody talking in a side street, but it was when she walked by, someone grabbed her by the throat and started strangling her.
And how did...
She was holding an empty pitcher, and she smashed the killer in the face with it. He either got startled or hurt, but he let her...
Did she get a look at him?
No, she didn't stop to find out. Just ran.
And what about the blood in the bed?
She cut her hand on the broken pitcher. She didn't stay in her room for long. She was still so scared that she grabbed her things and ran off to her beloved charcoal. She said she returned from the baths in the evening regularly, and somebody knew exactly which way she would take and where to...
You mean someone followed her beforehand to figure out where to ambush her?
Who knew that she went to the bar?
Apparently everyone in the tavern. She didn't... She also said she was sure it wasn't Mole. He may be a pig, but the evening she ran home, he was in... Well, according to Stanya, the murderer had a terribly strong grip. Her neck was...
Doesn't almost every man have a...
Depending on what they take in hand every day. A tankard, a quill, or a...
Except none of our suspects are miners or blacksmiths. According to Stanya, the murderer didn't say a word.
That's strange, right? I'd expect him to...
The only word he uttered was when she smashed him in the face with the pitcher. He said, "Scheisse."
So, we're looking for a German?
Even I say Scheiße sometimes.
Besides that, she also recalled hearing two voices in the alley. Someone was talking to...
So we have a witness. Now, just to find...
Or an accomplice. If I remember correctly, the other one must have seen the whole thing, right? And he...
I asked Stanya if she knew Prokop.
Maybe she just doesn't remember him. Or he gave...
I don't think Father Prokop is the type to frequent the wood.
Stanya admitted that she knows William. He flirted with her and tried to get to know her better.
And that's probably why he wanted to kill her.
Well, perhaps, but Stanya doesn't think so. She's sure it wasn't William, and no matter what they say about him, in her eyes he's a good and that's all that Stanya...
I'm so glad that girl...
Me too. At least someone's had a little luck. Does she want to come back, or will she stay with...
I don't think she'll come back. She's so scared now they'll come back for her. She doesn't even leave the house. I managed to find his dad.
You found her?
No.
And where did you find...
Pretty far away. Near the mill she used to... Someone caught her in the forest when she was coming home with a load of coin and killed her. I reckon she put up a hell of a fight. So the killer got nervous and ended...
So he didn't strangle or mutilate?
She'd been lying in the woods for a long time, so I couldn't really tell. But he definitely didn't hack her up like the other. Judging by what her accomplice said, she robbed someone good. She had so much jewellery on her, she could hardly carry it. And what's odd is when she was murdered, the killer left her basket of valuables.
So I reckon he didn't kill her for the money.
She said someone followed her on horseback from Kuttenberg. She tried to lose him, but apparently wasn't able.
On horseback? I don't suppose she...
Only as a wealthy type who never got too close.
That doesn't fit in with a previous
Father Prokop came looking for his Zdena and nearly cursed her on the spot.
What did he have in common with a thief?
He had also looked after her, but unlike Yarka, she ended up on the street, and he took it badly. Zdena tried to rob young von Grolle. It's possible she succeeded.
Von Grolle? Yarka worked for them, didn't he?
That whole family...
Assumptions.
I'd say it's pretty obvious. Why else would I have found that ring on her?
They just left the ring by her body?
It wasn't by her body. It was inside of it. I don't know if she swallowed it herself or someone shoved it in her.
That's awful. But I can't say it's surprising.
My mouth is starting to hurt.
So are my ears.
Come now, we're nearly there. We just need to find our suspect.
I suspect one of the von Grolles.
What leads you to think...
Are you sure it wasn't William?
Yorka was their maidservant until she started rebelling, right?
Yes. Do you think she was rebelling because of some...
Perhaps the young lord?
That's possible.
Alice had a young and wealthy suitor. And young von Grolla fits both descriptions.
True.
Yorka was pregnant. And if the father was young von Grolla, it would make sense if he got rid of her.
Sakura.
But William could have fucked her too.
Zdeno was followed by someone on a horse.
That's not so sure, is it?
But it certainly worsens the case for him.
Zdeno robbed von Grolla.
That's true.
It's all coming to...
And that's all I can pin on.
So, do we agree that it was...
Well, old von Grolla can't do much now.
So do we really agree that our most likely suspect is...
Aye.
I don't have a problem with it. Little rich boys are capable of anything. But what are we gonna do about it? Our suspicions aren't enough.
They'll just laugh at us without something more tangible.
So, you want to search their house?
There's nothing else we can do. There must be a clever way to do it.
We have to find some evidence. None of our conjecture is enough. What will we do?
You could sneak in there.
Or break in.
Catherine, that's not necessary. The young lad wants to learn swordsmanship, and the old one is sick and always calling for a...
So I can either pretend to be a sawbones, or a swordsman, or break in?
You're a clever lad. You'll figure...
My humble respect.
Take your pick. A fine day.
Down here.
Wood
vinegar.
Finally. Christ! Pardon me.
Is this the house of the...
Yes?
I'm Henry of Skalitz. Master Menhard from Frankfurt sent me to train young...
I'm sorry, but I know...
Are you telling me I'm not expected? The master...
No, this is surely my mistake. Please, come in. Go to the courtyard. You'll have more than enough room there. I'll send the... Take care, friend.
I must admit that I didn't expect anyone so soon. Master Menhard said...
Well, that's true. But we had an opening, and Master Menhard immediately...
But of course. Huh. It doesn't matter. I'm actually glad it turned out like it did. At least Mother will leave me alone.
What do you mean?
She's always trying to keep me at home. Says I go out with girls too much. She'd rather have me praying all day and night like...
Well, maybe a sword fighting lesson will help you.
Maybe. But first I want to see if you have any... Ready?
I'm not. I've only got a sharp weapon.
Really? You wanted to... Well, I can lend you one. Ich reiß dir deinen Arsch auf!
Well, I hope the young lord is assured he has much to learn from me.
Ah. Yes.
And after a few lessons, you'll only get better.
I hope so. I know the basic steps.
Excellent. That's enough for today. But before... What type of weapon are you most interested in?
A sword, of course. It is fitting for someone...
And what about a cleaver? Or a hunting sword?
Pah. A cleaver is more fitting for some yokel or band. And a hunting sword? My father used to have a beautiful one. I don't even know what happened to it. I wouldn't be ashamed of that one. But otherwise... They are for fat burghers and poor mercenaries.
And what about an axe? Have you ever held one?
No! Do you take me for a...
Have you ever killed anybody?
What kind of question is that?
I meant in battle.
How else could you have meant it?
Enough small talk. I want you to practice the basic posture.
Yes.
God bless you, sir.
What the hell? That's hair. All kinds of brown. I bet it belonged to those dead girls. If this isn't proof, nothing is.
according to thy word. Hail Mary, and the word was made flesh.
I'm always glad to see polite people like you. God be with you.
Think about it. Doesn't know it.
Aye. When I'm old and infirm, folks will come to me for the weather forecast.
Give a bit of money to a poor...
My respects.
I need to discuss that visit to the Von Gr—
Excellent. Let's find...
I think we were right. Something serious.
Well, don't keep us in suspense. What did you...
You found something there, didn't you?
I certainly did. In the young lord's room.
What was it?
This. He had it in a chest in his room. Locks of hair. All brown, but all a bit different. They're definitely from those murdered girls.
Hair? But that's not enough.
Why wouldn't it? He took them as a keepsake from the dead girls, as a
Nobody will believe us. We need more than just hair. A blood...
To be honest, I don't think we're going to find anything like that. They're pretty
Damn it. We're fucked.
And what about 3 witnesses?
Where are you going to find 3 witnesses when you don't even...
I don't yet, but... Look, we're almost certain young Hendel did it. So what if we set a trap and catch him in...
And how do you want to do that? I mean, We don't know who he's planning to murder.
We'll set someone up. Some brunette.
You want to sacrifice some poor girl?
No, nobody's gonna get hurt. We'll be keeping our eye on her the whole time.
The only one I can think of is Stanya. And I highly doubt that she'd want to risk her life again.
She won't have to. I'll do it.
But you haven't had anything to do with him. He'll see through it immediately. It'll fail.
We'll wait until the lad's out of the house. Maybe we'll dress Catherine up a bit, and she'll go asking for the young lord, father of her child. When Hendel comes home and hears what happened, he'll come looking for her to fix things up.
I'll cause such a scene, they'll be talking about it for years. Then we'll tell them where he can find me, and we've got it.
If you say so. But where can we do it? We can't do it here. They'd figure it.
We can use one of the rooms here in the tavern. It has only one way out. You'll be hiding across the way, and jump out at the right moment. I repeat, at the right moment.
Don't worry. We won't take our...
Where's Hendel? I need to talk to him! Do you hear me? I have to talk to him about our wedding. I won't be left alone with his child.
What are you screeching about, you ninny? There's no Hendel here. Certainly not for the likes of you.
Do you hear that, folks? He fucks me from all sides. Gets me with child, and now he doesn't want to know me. Get rid of her. Disgrace. Oh, so a poor woman has to suffer because of a man's lust. As if it wasn't already bad enough before.
What lies are you spouting, you strumpet? Goodman Hendel never laid eyes on you. Besides, you're too old for him. Nobody will believe your lies.
Old am I? He came to me himself because he wanted a mature woman to breed with. And he never even pulled it out. And he filled me up like a wineskin. Suit yourself. I'll give you some time to think it over. But either you come up with an offer of marriage by evening, or first thing in the morning I'll go to the bailiff. And I'll be damn sure to get justice from him. It's open.
I've come to talk with you.
Where's Hendel? Hendel? You wanton whore! Debauching my son! A nanny goat like you! The others were at least young, but you! Oh, Christ, the trials I have to endure. A husband with both feet in the grave and a son who'll fuck anything with a hole in it. Slice her up so no one will recognize her, and in case what she says is true, gut her too.
Gut it. I can help you with that.
Get that bitch, you fool!
What? Huh?
What the? What?
What the hell? That's hair. All kinds of brown. I bet it belonged to those dead girls. If this isn't proof, nothing is.
I apologize. Why is this open?
God be with you, friend.
Your service.
Good day.
I need...
Excellent.
I think we were...
Well,
you
what was...
This looks hair.
Why?
Nobody to be...
Where are you?
I don't...
And how...
We'll...
You want to...
No.
The only...
She won't...
But you haven't...
Well, when Hen...
How? Then...
If you...
We can use... You'll be...
Don't worry.
Where's Handel?
I'll show you.
Ha! Oh! Christ, I'm hit!
Catherine, wait.
What should I wait for? I'm gonna cut that bitch's throat.
How dare you? Hands off, you heretical scum.
Shut up.
Let her speak. I still don't understand what actually went on here. I have some questions for you.
I'll tell you nothing, you serpent. Nothing. You can't keep me here. Let me go.
If you won't speak now, then the executioner will loosen your tongue when your feet stop. But why wait, right? I'll cut your ear off. Maybe both of them. All you need to talk is a tongue.
No!
Why did you do it, for Christ's sake?
Don't blaspheme, you heathen.
Come on, answer him or it...
My husband. He drank a lot, ran around with whores, and didn't pray enough. And God punished him for it. I couldn't allow the same thing to happen to Handel.
And why kill those girls? Why not just talk to him about it?
I tried, but he wouldn't listen to me. He told me he wanted to sow his wild oats before finding a wife.
So your own son didn't listen to you? And you started killing the girls
who seduced him and emboldened him with their brazenness? If they wanted to whore themselves out, they'll pay for it in hell. But there's no way they were going to drag my Handel there with them.
And what about Handel? Did he know what you were doing?
That I was taking care of his immortal soul and eliminating his temptation? Of course not. But one day he'll be grateful to me for...
He's going to jump for joy. His mother a mad woman, and his servant a murderer.
Speak politely to me.
Henry, if you have any more questions, you'd better ask them quickly. I'm sorely tempted to finish this here and...
And what about the hair in Handel's chest? You're trying to tell me he wasn't involved, but he was keeping their hair?
Well, he kept asking about those whores of his. So we always brought him a lock of hair. We told him it was from them, as a parting gift.
Well, he didn't find that strange?
Out of sight, out of mind. He always found some new harlot.
There was no blood where Alice was found. Where did you kill...
That was up to Thaddeus. He told me something about an abandoned bar. I only told him to cut them up thoroughly.
Why?
Why? As a warning. So those whores knew what awaited them. To put the...
Do you realise you also killed girls who had nothing to do with Hend?
That's not possible. I saw them all with my own 2 eyes.
And what about that alehouse?
That strumpet. I saw how she treated him. It's a damned shame she got away.
But she really had nothing to do with Hendel.
She wouldn't have smiled at him the way she did if she didn't want to fornicate with him. They all deserved it. Every single, and better sooner than later. That trollop in our service even got herself with child. And she wanted to keep it. The slut.
And what about Zdena? All she did was rob him, and you killed her anyway.
She fawned over him like all the others. He even gave her a ring, which she probably saw. She deserved it. She was a thief, and stealing is a...
I better stop asking questions.
Burn in hell!
What'll we do with her now?
Let's take her to the bailiff.
We don't have to go anywhere. I'll give her justice.
But we can't do that. She has to go before the court.
Did you hear her? I mean, she hasn't got her head on straight. And what judgment will there be? She's from a wealthy family. Nothing will happen.
Don't you dare judge me.
Shut your mouth, you sow. You judged and punished some random girls, and now you'll blaspheme like that?
Our Lord directed me. I did it through his will.
Do you hear that? And you want to let her live?
But that's not justice. Henry, won't you...
I told you, don't you dare...
Is it a man? I really want, but there should be. Oh, I have mixed feelings.
Lumiere, listen to her. If we don't deal with her ourselves, and then they let her go, then... Do you want to have that on your conscience?
I mean, how could I live with myself if we kill her in cold blood?
I'll show you justice. You're all going to end up in hell.
Your conscience will remain clear. You won't be the one killing her.
But still, if we don't punish her according to the law, then we ourselves deserve to be punished by the law.
Huh. We aren't the ones walking around the city killing random women. On the contrary, we're making sure no more will die.
All those whores! Hell! Lucifer everywhere! Fire and brimstone!
It's just not right.
It isn't right, but it's necessary.
All right, all right. Do it then. But I wash my hands of it.
No! Don't you dare! You hellspawn! No!
Well, now, someone has to explain everything.
Not me. I'd rather just get out of here.
I'll go. I'll explain everything. And you, Henry, wait for me at home, all right?
Fine. I'll wait at yours.
Good, good. I hope I don't end up in total disgrace.
Well, this was a lot stranger than I expected. Do you think we did the right thing?
I'm not sure of anything anymore. Not even myself. Can we just be quiet for a while?
As you wish. But still, it was damned odd.
Aye, that it was. Let's go and see Lumia. I wonder how he fared.
Tell us, Lumiere. How did it turn out?
Did it end well? Oh, we're not going to get into trouble now, are we?
It ended well, and I didn't even tell anyone about you.
I'm surprised you got away with it, bringing them two corpses.
I would have preferred a different ending, but... fuck. What happened, happened.
Lumia, don't be angry anymore.
I'm not angry anymore. And I must admit that maybe it was better this way. If they were still alive, there'd be a lot more squabbling. But... like this.
The dead approve in silence.
Precisely. I just told them I spread the word that one victim survived and where she was hiding. And I waited for them there. And when they came to kill her, we had no choice but to end it that way.
And what will you do, Catherine? Will you stay here?
My work isn't done yet. I have to work in the tavern here, and then we'll see. Maybe I'll find work elsewhere.
And what will you do now? Will you go back to the town hall, Lumiere?
It's true I've made amends in the eyes of the law, but I probably won't go back now. Maybe better to write something about it. Who knows?
Won't you go back to drinking?
No, it didn't help anything, did it? If I had just persevered instead, I should have pitied those girls, and not myself.
Don't fret. It was a terrible mess, and all three of us had to put our heads together.
Yes. You helped me when I was in need, and didn't even know it. Maybe I'll just keep helping as long as I can.
Helping others is the best thing a person can do in this world.
Do you think we could have done better?
Everything can always be done better. But most important is to do it well and quickly.
Catherine is right. I'll still be kicking myself. Maybe to my dying day. But none of us did anything bad.
That's not entirely true.
I'm talking about innocent people. No more girls died because of you. And that's good.
Well, let's go our separate ways.
Thank you, lad. You prevented future murders. And you also saved me. And for that...
I thank you both. Without you, the devil knows how it would have...
Here you are. As a keepsake. And perhaps as a reward.
Yes, here is a reward, Henry. And Lumiere.
I don't understand how you always get people to tell you anything.
We women have it in our blood.
What? Spying?
No, you rogue. Knowing how to listen. And also how to size people up.
It'd be good to learn a few tricks from you.
I can't now. Come.
Fresh plaster, cross on the wall. That'll be it. Damn, the seal isn't here. Somebody got here before me. I'll have to go pay a visit to the local gravedigger. Nice and slow.
car! Go! Quick!
Easy, good horse. Sit. Stay.
Come here.
What do you have for...
I was glad to be of help to you, good sir.
When did I pick this?
It happens. Just what next time?
How goes it?
Shitty. Absolutely shit. Exactly same shit as yesterday. And I can't wait to see how
What happened?
Ugh. A pack of filth has taken a liking to me. They come in here like they own the place. Make a mess and steal. They own nothing. The poor women have to lock themselves away.
And the guards do nothing.
Without orders, they won't do it. And Lord Buresh, who pulls the strings round here, may be a good customer, but won't lift a finger.
And how many of them are there? For a few gross.
Lad, you'd need a company of... There's only 6 or 7 that come in here. But I hear they have a camp in the woods. And who...
So a large...
A band of brutes, led by a fella they call Eggman, former soldier.
Eggman?
They say he can crack your head open like an egg, but I figure it's because he stinks like a rotten egg. I can always smell his band coming...
I'll take care of that.
By yourself?
These bands usually don't last long without a leader. I suspect if I get...
Damn it, lad. You certainly have some cut if you managed.
You said something about a camp where they hide.
Yeah. They're always yelling at me to must go northwest from the village, across a stream and then around the big yard with us. A bit further, still in the same direction, there's a little woods in the middle of a meadow.
Hold on.
Really?
And there used to be an odd group there. Also bandits, led by a fellow with an arrow in his head. But they're long gone. You're Eggman.
Well, excellent. But there's still one more. I got myself a little... I wanted to pour it into their drinks. Next time those swine show themselves. You know what I mean, right? Maybe you'll find it...
Fine.
Yeah. Once you take care of Eggman, Bring me some proof.
Fear not. I'm thorough at my work.
I'll leave that up to you. You'll certainly think of something. Just don't bring me any cut-off ears. Got it? So...
Quick! God! Go!
Someone's been found.
God! Quick! Go!
Now you're gonna die! Alert! To arms!
Quick! Quick! Whoa! Whoa!
Everyone get over here! We're going on through now! You're in for an arse kicking, you piece of shit!
Go! Quick! God! Oh, whoa! Stay.
Fuck you, whoreson.
I'm all yours.
Heal. Look what I have for you. You silly mutt. Look what I have for you.
Hey, this 100.
Here you go. Take it.
Good day to you.
So,
Fine. There's still actually, I wanted to tell you that you're...
that's all water under the bridge, isn't it?
Take care, friend.
At your service, sir.
God be with.
So I was in there.
Damn! Was it bad there?
You need not fear him any longer. I brought you his hat.
Fuck's sake! That's egg.
He was a pilgrim.
Bollocks! He was a murderer. But that band of his caught a pilgrim. They forced him to walk around the camp until he collapsed from exhaustion. Just like that. For entertainment, then Eggman's solely...
Damn.
Thanks. I'll wear it in honor of that poor...
And how about holding a mass for that if he suffered so much on this earth?
That's a very good idea. Here's your reward.
Whistling just for fun? Oh.
Ka!
Go! Go!
Quick!
Go! Go!
Quick!
You have a coin.
Ka! Ka! Ka!
I'm seriously curious about you.
I ain't sick. You alright, kidder?
Was there something you wanted?
Maybe. Maybe not. We'll see.
Henry.
Kvietoslav, pleased to meet you. Well, Henry, you can't read and write by any...
I can't.
Brilliant. You're just the man I've been...
Really?
Someone trustworthy who could help me write this...
And you were just waiting in case one happened to walk past? Isn't there a scroll?
Of course there is. It's just that I don't trust... And his assistant? Even worse. What's more, I can tell at first glance you ain't local, so my trade secrets are of no use.
So, you want me to write a letter for you and keep it hush-hush?
I couldn't have put it better.
What kind of letter?
Like I said, it's an important business letter. There's some matter I need...
Are you offering him?
Aye. You could say that, actually. It's kind of...
What do I get?
A whole heap of coin, pal. It's really important for me. I don't mind giving you a grosh.
Really?
Very long.
All right.
Brilliant. But before we get started...
What's this supposed to be?
I was given this here parchment by one wandering student.
How many miles you've wandered at such a grueling pace? Rest your feet, dear maiden. Sit here upon my face. That sounds more like bawdy verse than a love letter.
Is that what it says? Bugger. You know what? You can keep it. But it's clear you can read, so let's get down to work.
Where are we going to write the letter? I can see neither parchment nor...
Oh no, we can't write it here.
Well then...
You have to go to Kuttenberg, in the northern part of town, known as the Miners' District. I have my... Enter the city by that gate. Keep going straight until you pass the town hall. Keep the markets on your right. Go as far as the city wall, and the building may look a bit run down from outside, but don't worry about that. Go in, and my business partner...
Hold on.
I'm afraid I've got things to be doing. But don't worry, my partner...
Can't you tell me anything more about the letter?
Nothing to tell. Like I said, I'm in a wrangle with this rich burgher. and I need to get him to come to the table. And what better way than a nicely written letter?
Right, so I go to the city, and in the miners' district, I find your office. Well, they'll dictate the letter to me and pay me.
That's right. There's one more thing, though. Tell them two in the office that justice is worth more than silver, so they know it's me what's...
You have a password?
You know, when coin's at stake, you can't trust anyone. But that's enough. And welcome to the world. It was good to see you, my friend.
Go! Ka! Ka! Go! I'm sorry. Go!
Easy, good horse.
Greetings.
Whoa!
Grüß dich.
When is the next?
In 3 times. There is still
Sharp as a razor.
Supposed to be a celebration.
I am at your service. And what can I get for you? God bless you.
Who are you? And what are you doing here, lad?
I'm Henry. I'm supposed to help you write a letter?
Oh, right. Kwiatoslav sent you, didn't he? And there's something you're supposed to tell us, though.
Justice is worth more than silver?
Great. You know the password. Let's...
First, tell me why there's all this secrecy around this letter. And why are we meeting here?
Well, that's the way it's done in Kuttenberg. There's a lot of coinage and secrets that everyone knows about.
But you don't mind getting a complete stranger to write the letter?
Of course we mind. But what choice do we have? If Kwiatoslav sent you, we'll take...
All right.
Right. A nice, polite beginning. Greetings, Master Markhold. I hope you are in good health and good spirits. And likewise, your wife.
Never mind his old woman. Is he even married? A prick like that would bully a woman to death. Write this. You fucking arsehole. Release them and pay up, or we'll fuck you up.
We can't be so brutal. We have to be more polite. Markhold is a merchant. He's all about coin. We need to, you know...
He ain't no merchant. He's a murderer. What do you think Thomas went off to see the world in it? He got rid of him when we started getting...
So? Thomas was a bastard anyway.
I'm just saying we have to stick it to Markhold brutally, so he doesn't think we're afraid of it.
Bollocks. If we do that, he'll think there's no talking to us. We have to do it with a silver...
Suit yourself. For all I care, you can just draw the fucking thing.
Well, do it like I said. So, dear Master Markhold...
I'll make it sound a bit more refined. Greetings. I trust that this correspondence will find you in good health. Done. Next.
We are writing to you about a serious matter concerning our deal.
That you fucked us over on, you cheek.
Would you please let me come...
All right, all right.
Now, where was I? I am writing to you in regards to a serious matter concerning our deal, which did...
We are writing to you in good faith that we can resolve this misunderstanding, which was surely unintentional. What's next?
Right.
To get...
Why don't you get to the door and fuck off? If you keep sticking your nose in, we'll never...
We'll never get it written if you don't get to the point.
So, it didn't end up well. We expect from you some remedy that will lead to improving things for both sides. If you refuse, it will lead to some deep shit.
What did that... You'll find out.
Right, and it'll...
All right. We ask you to rectify the situation to the satisfaction of both sides in this dispute. Your refusal, on the contrary, would result in your own downfall. Written. Next.
All right. Let our mates go free. Otherwise, we'll go to the powers that be, and they'll kick your arse for you.
The powers that be? Have you got some dirt on him?
That's none of your
Ah, come on.
You do, and that's why I'm being honest with you.
Free our captive brothers. Otherwise, we shall report your dishonesty to King Sigismund, and he shall see to your Carry on.
Aye. Once they return to us safe and sound, we'll clear off and you'll never see... And your secret will be...
Ha! You don't really believe he'll let us go?
Why not? If we disappear, he'll be out of danger.
He'll be safe as long as...
Shut up, you...
You shut up!
What was that about?
Nothing.
Don't give me that.
All right, tell him.
Us and Markle made a deal. We stole silver for him. He took it out of the region and flocked it and...
Except he never actually paid us.
So we started to set aside a bit of everything. Selling raw silver here in the city ain't exactly safe. But you can manage if you do it little...
Except that fucker Marco got wind of it, took our mates captive, and won't let them go till we give it all back.
You didn't have to tell him that. What?
Don't worry, he's a good lad.
Of course you're right. What do you want me to write then?
As soon as our mates come back safe and sound, we'll...
Once our brothers have returned to us safe and sound, we shall vanish from these parts, and you shall never hear from us. Done.
Maybe some polite...
Like, go...
We can't put that in the letter, surely. That's yours trustingly in your wise decision, the mine.
With regards and trust in your wisdom, yours, the trustworthy men of the... That's that.
Great. Give it to me so I can seal it and have it delivered.
We are. And...
Can't we just leave it be?
He knows too much.
I'd be no good to him anyway. Does he know about our camp on Sukov? Kurva. I shouldn't...
You must be the biggest idiot.
Fuck. Yeah.
Look, that really isn't necessary.
How is that?
Someone still has to deliver the letter, eh? And the two of you can't, because he'll seize you right away.
So what? We can just grab anyone off the road and they'll...
Yeah, maybe. But how can you be sure they won't just throw it in a ditch or give it to someone else?
Why would they?
Who knows? But that's not the point. What I mean is, I'm the best...
Maybe. And what do you...
Well, I get to keep my head on my shoulders. And...
Maybe.
You believe it?
Why not? Silver has a way of...
Sometimes forever, if you...
Agreed. Take the letter and deliver it. He lives in a big stone house on the lower marketplace. Next door...
Just make sure you don't tell him anything. Some miner gave you some coin to deliver a letter.
You don't have to wait for a reply. But watch how he reacts. If it goes well, and Markov lets our mates go, there'll be a nice pile of silver waiting there for you.
But if you betray us... There'll be a nice sharp blade.
And if we see you going to the bailiff instead of Mark...
All right, all right. I'll hand it over. Keep my...
What are you still here for?
It happens. Just watch where you're going.
Garbage up here! We've got...
What can I do?
I'm looking for Master Markold.
Das bin ich. What do you want?
Some fella gave me this letter, and...
Was? What fella?
Heads, 2 arms...
Give me the letter. What? None of them could have written this. It's almost like an Einladung to a royal banquet. How did you get hold of this?
Some bloke just shoved it in my hand along with a few groschen. He said you're
Strange, but whatever. The main thing is, what to do about it. Were you told...
no. They said they'd know straight away if you'll listen to them or not.
Wirklich? If that is how it is, I should listen, no? And fast.
What should I do then?
You? Right. By the way, do you know where...
Somewhere in the north of the city, isn't it?
Ausgezeichnet. Soon, a couple of miners will turn up nearby. Looking like they haven't seen daylight, something tells me they'll be pleased if you tell them you brought me...
It happens. I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention.
You're always welcome here, noble sir.
May God give you help.
My humble respects.
You must be Kwiatoslav and Myslibor. You're free at last. I reckon...
Well, we do.
A messenger, and a good Christian.
Really?
Well, you can thank me later. Now we should all vanish quick, before Markol changes it.
You're right.
Sure. I'll go right along with you.
I'd say you've earned it. I was beginning to think we were... Let's go then.
I'm sorry.
Right, job done. Letter delivered.
I'm surprised. That fucker's a sneaky bastard who'd seize Jesus Christ himself. If he...
Well, I'd never have thought it of him. He just sat there
smiling. Christ, laddie. That sent shivers down my spine. Just when I thought we would...
Ah, come on.
What was that?
Ausgezeichnet. I found you at last.
Fuck. How did you double-cross us?
What?
Nobody had to double-cross anyone.
What?
Naja, what else could I do? That letter made it clear to me you won't...
So what now? Have you...
You're all long dead any...
Hold on, I have nothing to do with this. I just brought the letter. I don't know anything.
Es tut mir leid, but that's a risk.
Oh, come on, noble sir. I didn't know I was helping...
Shut your bloody mouth, you feigling, and... Hell with you!
Hey, King Hal, he knows how to sword fight. Du Blutnest, huh? Scheiß auf dem Scheiß! Er ist tot!
Had enough, have you? Spare.
You're always welcome here.
What would you like?
Do you need help with anything?
I don't. But if you're not afraid of hard labour... Anyway, old Markow's got other things to grind.
What do you mean?
Rumour has it some strumpet's shacked up with him, and we haven't seen hide nor hair of him.
Keeping it...
As they say, if you want to see an old... Head southwest till you... It's a huge mill in the...
Thanks.
What will it... Thank you, sir. And come again.
Greetings, sir. Good doggy. Good boy.
Go! Quick! God! 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 Go! Quick! Oh, oh!
You hear me? Let me out! I know you're out there. Please. Oh my God, thank you. That lunatic said he was fetching an axe. You have to help me.
Wait, slow down.
Can't you see? I'm from the mill. I'm the miller's wife. The miller. That old bitch. He's always been nasty to me. But now he started beat. So I said I was leaving him. I told him.
And he locked you up?
He said the only place I'd be going would be 6 feet up.
Damn.
Please, listen to a proper man.
All right,
There's a shed behind the mill with wood in it. He must have gone.
stay here.
Thank you.
There's no one here. I hope I didn't miss him. I'll have to get back.
Hey! I reckon you're just who we're looking. What are you doing here?
I've come for the girl who's been locked up. Now I see she's scarpered.
What do you know about?
She said the miller here was beating her and wanted...
You what?
She was beside herself with fear. If I hadn't helped her, she'd have lost...
You idiot. That bitch was stealing from me. I locked her in there, not so I could...
Well, that was easier than a wicked girl got away, and the young man here. So, either you pay for what she's...
How dare you? Show me the respect. But may I remind you, when you deal with me, you might as well. I'm the son of Lord Radzig Cobbler, and if you don't accord me the treatment I deserve, I'll show you exactly why it does.
If that's the case, we're sorry. I mean, we wouldn't have expected...
But he let her go! I mean...
Shut your mouth, I'll make sure the thief is caught, sir. And once again, I'll go to the village right away.
But what...
You stay here.
Kurva.
I bid you farewell.
Fucking bitch. A man treats her like his own.
That's it? That's it?
Tell you. You silly dog. Don't. If you're going to yell at each other, do it somewhere else. Careful. I'm telling you that...
Now, fella.
Keep your nose out of this slob here empties his chamber pot in that piece of... And again, there's a which has no...
Can you explain?
This is dumping his... Except the fence is where it is for the 1000th time, you son. And I'm telling you, for the 1000th time, I have no wish to talk to the magistrate. I'd rather have... Keep fucking with me!
Look, how about you let him dump his shit on you, and you give him some apples instead of bickering over that...
What? He's not getting my apples!
You're both idiots.
And what's it to you? We'll teach you not to meddle in on... I'll kill you! Go fuck!
Game on.
Take that fucker out, damn it! Take that! Go fuck yourself! Christ, I'm hit!
A madman. What are you doing?
I'll beat you to a bloody pulp!
Filthy vermin.
You're no... Now you're in trouble.
Madman. What are you doing?
May God give you help, sir. Excuse me.
You won't come back here, mate.
I should have...
Well, we'll let it... Looks like everything is here.
You won't come here.
And...
leave me.
It happens. Just watch where you're going next time.
Here you go. Greetings, sir. What would you like?
I found the seal of the...
Very good, brother.
Just a minor inconvenience. So I had no choice but to find and rob the thief. But I'll keep his... At any rate, the gravedigger now has a good reason.
See how my charm protected you. Things could have...
What will you do with the seal now?
I'll put it to good use, of course. But that's the guild thanks you. Now that cunt Sigismund and his councillors won't get...
I'm glad to hear...
If you're interested in some more work, or would like to learn something...
Do you have any more...
Good thing you asked, brother. But you know how it goes. No...
By all means...
There's a German innkeeper by the name of that cunt back Sigismund, and as thick as thieves.
I don't know him more than...
Word has it, he didn't come by that tavern in the most honourable of ways. They say he got the coin for it by stealing with a pack of bandits. And not just that, they say the rest of his stolen treasure is hidden in the cellar under the...
Interesting.
Sketchy or not, makes no difference. We can't get into the cellar, and steal everything you can get your hands on. Go ahead and sell the items, so you get something out of it. This time, we don't care about them.
Very well.
If you don't know where to dump the stuff, innkeeper Helga in Zurich knows a trafficker. Go and talk to her to make arrangements.
Where is that?
Not the tavern, the cellar beneath it.
What exactly should I search?
I don't know. A hiding place?
Where should I ask about the...
At my friend Helga's. She...
Fine. I forgot...
You shouldn't get... God be with you. I'm at your service.
Huh? What? Greetings. What brings...
Damn. Maps of hiding places. Bakervet's really was involved in some shady business. Statuette of St. Mary Magdalene.
Certainly stolen. The question is, why did Bakovets keep it?
Huh? Was that you? Oh, never mind. Huh? You're not allowed here!
I don't like lounging about, sir.
Why?
I get the feeling life's passing me by, and that the Lord will be displeased at my idleness. Here we are, serve the day of rest. Good, but otherwise, I'm always on the go. I feel bad if I won't.
What the? Are you alright?
It's filthy!
Who left the door open?
Who's there? You've no business here.
Here you are, you bastard! You'd better pay me compensation, you blackguard!
Sorry, let's make a deal.
What the either you...
I apologize.
Alright.
Easy. Let's talk about this.
You won't.
I am...
Or the run. You can't beat.
God, a wedding dress. And with all dried bloodstains. Could it be some secret murder?
What a mess. Who brought it all in here?
Look what I have for you.
The last person I saw this hammered was the priest during Easter.
Go! Ka! Da! Quick! Quick!
Hey!
God! Quick! Oh,
Someone here can't hold his drink.
I'm a bit pecky.
Grüß dich.
I have some hot
Was?
wraps and...
I don't buy. Wouldn't you rather have...
I'll have a bit...
Verstehe. And who are you looking for, mein
I had a chance to get to know Innkeeper, but he had a few...
A few rags and Red told you I know where to...
She just told me the password.
Na prächtig. That is the agreement.
Bakervet's has influential friends among the guild. Will do well to have some...
Gut, you have recht. But if I don't like it... Gut, abgemacht. Stop by once you have something...
What's new?
Bing, was möchtest du?
I'll have a look at your...
Danke und viel Glück für die Zukunft, mein Herr.
Careful.
Can I...
Es ist ein... And for how long? Aye.
Let's talk about... Is this...
You'll have to... Sehr gut. The rooms, your beds... Maybe next... I apologize.
Go! Quick! Quick! Car! Easy, easy. Nice and slow.
It's time you all heard the truth.
A fine day for some fine wares.
Come and shop here. We've got enough for everyone.
Whoa, whoa.
I have not changed my answer. I will not sell you the rights to my mines. Not today, not tomorrow, nor in 100 years. You will not get your hands on my silver.
You forget, I have influential friends. If you won't sell the mines, you'll lose them. Just like Malishov. Along with your life, if you defy me.
Mind your step. Two can play that game. Did you really think that I didn't know you were stealing the royal silver, eh? When your self-proclaimed king finds that out, your head will be on the chopping block.
Seize that traitor!
Not another step.
You'll get yours too, turtle dove. What are you waiting for? Can't you see? They're threatening the Royal Mint Master!
He's one of them! Get him!
Hey, we'll finish this quickly.
It's a wonder you're still standing. Wounded. Don't spare him. Dead.
We're gonna kill you, Corsan.
Come on, then.
Damn. They gave me a going over. Good thing you showed up, lad.
You all right, sir? Looks like you took some hits.
It's just a scratch.
Papa, my God, you're hurt.
I'm all right. What the hell was that, Rosa?
I saved your life. Didn't you notice?
We would have been in the right if you hadn't taken the shot. Now we have the blood of the king's men on our hands. Do you have any idea what this means?
Was I supposed to let one of Sigismund's lackeys insult us in our own home?
And you thought this was a better solution?
You know what? Let's just leave it be. I don't want to argue in front of the young man here. Apologies for the mess, stranger. There aren't usually so many corpses strewn about our courtyard.
I should be the one apologising. Some of it is my handiwork.
It won't be your concern, though. I promise. We'll call the guards and tell them what happened. that Ulrich Vavak and his men attacked us for no reason.
You think that will make them let us off the hook?
Not for free. But knowing young Plymouth, the commander of the guard, I'm sure he won't refuse my coin. But back to you, lad. Who are you? And why have you graced us with your visit?
I'm Henry of Skalitz, squire to Lord Capon of Perkstein.
Pleased to meet you. Conslin Routard. And this feisty creature here is my daughter Rosa.
Like father, like daughter.
Why did your master send you to me, Henry?
He didn't, sir. Unfortunately, he's in enemy captivity.
We're sorry to hear that.
But I plan to rescue him. And I believe you can help me with that.
We can? How?
Lord Capon is held at Malashov.
Our Malashov? I don't envy him. I was planning on fixing the roof before they took it from us. It's full of leaks. I doubt its new master will lift a finger to do anything about it. But tell me, why would I meddle in matters that don't concern me?
Well, we all stand on the same side. Against Sigismund.
That is undoubtedly true. I don't like that ginger bastard either. Especially since his people started sticking their fingers in my coffers. But to get involved in something as dangerous as freeing a captured nobleman in a territory conquered by Sigismund?
We have to do something to help. I know it's dangerous.
Dangerous? It's madness. What if somebody finds out?
Nobody will know.
You haven't been in Kuttenberg for long, have you? The walls have ears here. I'd only end up with my head on the chopping block. And I don't even want to think about what they'd do to Rosa.
That's true. As long as Vavak's breathing down our necks, we have to be careful.
Who is he, anyway?
Ulrich Vavak von Neuhaus. The new mint master appointed by Sigismund himself. He's had it in for us ever since he took over the office. He's been pressuring me to hand over my mining rights. It seems he'd like to see me reduced to a beggar. And now we've killed his men. The king's men. I'll have to reach deep into my pocket, like Rosa said, lad. As long as Vavak is around...
Should I kill him?
Christ almighty!
I don't doubt you could pull it off. But it wouldn't help anything. Sigismund's people are like the Hydra. You chop off one head, and another grows back in its place. We'd just get another Vavak. No, killing won't solve anything. We have to do something else to get to him. It's obvious Vavak is getting richer than his office warrants. There are rumors going around that he's stealing the king's silver. He even uses it to mint counterfeit groschen, using a fake die. If Sigismund were to find out, he'd have him executed.
Then why hasn't Sigismund hurt?
Simple allegations aren't enough to charge someone with such...
But how do we find it?
Some of the silver goes missing somewhere along the way to the mint.
Find out? But how?
You're right. Only authorized people are allowed in. My friend Peter of Pisek. They ousted him from the mint master's office, but his brother Christian remained in the Italian court. He wanted to become the mint master himself, but because of Vavak, he had to settle for the steward's office. He hates him even more than we...
And that's saying something.
Christian and I were just talking about his suspicions. He'd welcome any dirt you can dig up on Vavak. If you go to him and ask for help on my behalf, I'll help you free Lord Capon in exchange for evidence of Vavak's fraud.
All right. It's a deal. I've already met Peter of Pisek, and I know he can be trusted.
Excellent. You'll find Christian and tell him the password, Via Argentum, the path of silver. He'll know who he's dealing with, but be careful, both of you.
We'll be praying for you.
Take care of yourself, stranger.
Well, what should I say?
The password.
And what about the court?
That's why.
Where can I...
You'll find...
God be with you.
Easy, easy. Nice and slow.
Horse wasn't cheap, that's for sure.
Whoa, whoa.
What have I done now? The guests aren't happy with you. They say you're too bashful. What do you... I...
10 to...
All right.
Let's talk.
Certainly.
Yeah.
You'll have... Great.
Surrender now!
That's not a matter I'd like to deal with.
Easy! I surrender!
Ah, don't think you've been you'll pay.
Utter nonsense, all of this. You'll keep him. You'll have to answer to the...
Today, is it?
Standing in the yard when I saw this cloud in the sky.
So what?
The cloud looked just like you.
I reckon it must have been a...
Slowly. Nice and slow. Go! Quick! Quick! Ka! Go! Ja!
Hey!
Ja! Ka! Ja! Ka! Go! Go! Quick! Ka! Ja! Quick! Ja! Ka! Ka!
You have a kind man. Without fixing props.
I don't have time to discuss it with Paul. You'll be watching it from now on, all right? Or I'll have to find another fet.
You can't just sack me, steward. I got this job from Ulrich von Neuhaus.
But I can make sure he knows how you run the place. That's the 5th yucca who got scrushed in here.
This is some jiggery-pokery.
Be quiet. And now clear off. Do you need something?
You're a Christian of Pesach?
I am. What do you need?
Kunzlin Ruthard sent me about Via Argentum.
I see. But I'm afraid I don't have good news for Sir Kunzling. I haven't made much progress regarding the matter we discussed. I just don't have the time to investigate. I'm always needed somewhere, and there's always someone following me around.
Have you found out any...
Just rumors. What's your name?
Henry.
All right. Nobody can know I'm looking into it. If Sir Kunzling trusts you, you could help me in my...
Well, that's actually why...
Excellent. You don't happen to come from a family of miners, or...
My father was a blacksmith.
It's a fine craft. But it won't teach you much about silver mining. I'll be happy to tell you everything you need to know. We need to talk somewhere in...
Where should I start looking?
Straight to the point. We know for a fact the silver must be getting lost somewhere on its way to the mint. That means it would be best to discreetly inspect all operations and find out where the problem is. First of all, you should ask miners from every shift how many corves they mine in a day. After that, we'll compare the numbers to the mine record books and see.
But the yields aren't the same every day, right?
True. That's why we have to focus on one particular day. For example, the other day, on the Feast of St. Petronilla, Foreman Fett was beaming and bragging to me about how much it mined out.
Won't they be suspicious if I ask those kind of...
Of course. You'll have to proceed with the up. Nevertheless, the miners are a strange bunch. They might not be very forthcoming at first, and they have an odd way of speaking. Like, calling each other Sonny, however old they are. Or, you should pretend to be really interested in them, and maybe they'll open up to you. You could be a scholar writing a treatise on silver mining. Or perhaps a nobleman interested in... Or just say I'm your distant uncle who's initiating you into the ins and outs of my job.
I'll behave like a...
Suit yourself. Just don't change your story so you don't... But to the point, each day 3 shifts work in the shaft. Each has its foreman, or gaffer. The first shift is led by Frank, the second by Paul, and the third by Samko. You'll have to ask each one of them how many corves they mine. Samko's hewers should be off work now. You'll find the other 2 shifts in the mine. Take this, so the guards will let you in. It's a letter of safe conduct bearing my seal, allowing you free movement.
And what are you going to do?
I'll return to the estate to do my job. What else? Once you find out how many corves the 3 shifts mined on the Feast of St. Petronilla, return to me. We'll compare that number to the entry, and don't forget...
Who owns the silver?
All the silver in the Kingdom of Bohemia belongs to the king. Whether it's above ground, though I'm sure you understand, the king has a lot on his mind. And so he leases out the mining rights. There's a lot of money in it. The tenants have to pay the king, and the king also receives a share. That's the royal tax.
What is this?
It's the whole process, from digging the silver ore out of the... Silver is found in ore veins underground. The pitman, the chief foreman of a gallery, counts the corves, and the assayer estimates the purchase. The raw ore goes to the smelter, where it's crushed in a stamp mill. Roasted ore goes to the furnaces, where it's smelted into raw and then pure silver. Silver is then...
Can any silver get...
It can. And unfortunately, it does happen. It may be a capital offence, but even that won't... Most often, a pitman tries to smuggle pieces of ore under his clothes. Nevertheless, the entire path of the silver, from the ore beneath the ground to minted coins, is closely guarded. So if someone is stealing large quantities...
Who checks?
The Royal Mint Master and his subordinates. That is why every step of the path of silver is monitored and recorded. Starting with how much... The smelting works owners don't have to be monitored as closely. It's in their best interest to get the highest possible yield.
Who makes money?
The thing is, every pitmen get paid for mining in the shaft. Mine operators get paid for... The smelters then smelt everything, sell the pure silver, and the silver rubs off on the hands of anyone who even touches it. But there's still enough left over. The king grants mining rights to his loyal subjects. All sorts of people operate mines. In fact, anyone with enough money to pay for new...
Who's responsible?
The mines in the mint are supervised directly by the steward, then come the chief foreman, then the other foreman, and finally the ordinary pitmen in the shafts. But I don't come... We follow the path of silver until the moment an ore merchant buys the ore from us and takes it.
How much do the mine...
That depends on whether it's a royal mine or a mine in the hands of a mining guild. meaning the least...
I thought all mines were owned.
That's right. But it's much more profitable for the king to grant mining rights to rich. They bear the cost of mining themselves, and the king receives 1/3 of the profits from his own mines, but only 1/5 from the leaseholders. That's how he gets what's his from...
What about the other 2/3 of...
Those go towards the costs, of course. For operation.
Who's responsible for...
They have their own owners. They buy ore from us. Then, they deduct the royal tithe, and not just silver. Processing the ore yields a variety of...
What happens in the
Each smelting shop has a stamp mill, a roasting pit. The stamp mill is used to crush the ore into smaller... After that, the crushed ore is roasted. Finally, everything...
So it's processed similarly to steel?
Yes. But in steelmaking, you don't have to weigh and record every...
How are groschen made?
The royal share from the smelting works goes to the mint in the Italian... There, the coiners hammer it out into silver sheets for cutting the coin. Then, in the Italian court's preghouse, our minters cut out and punch new...
How many mints?
Only the main one is left. The one in the Italian court. There used to be more of them throughout the kingdom. But King Wenceslas II united... It was he who contributed the most to the rise of the Prague groschen, and the wealth of this... And, of course, his own wealth.
By the way, I've had the honour of meeting...
Well.
He was a great help to us.
Even though we had some... disagreement. If it weren't for him, I'd never have been able to do...
Are you Foreman Sam?
Aye. I am.
My name is Henry. Steward Christie. My family runs mines, so I came here to get...
Why should I care? Didn't you see we're off graft?
Sir Christian told me to ask about anything that interests me, and that you'll tell...
Ah, Sonny, I'm so tired. I haven't even got the strength for it. I wouldn't mind having a game of dice, but then I'll tell you everything.
You should obey Sir Christian. You don't want him coming to you when you're off work.
That I don't, kidder. Ask...
What is the work of a miner about?
Aye, that's a good question, Mara. Mostly about oaking. Any yakker will tell you, but proper rest is even more important than graft. You're as weak as a midgie without it.
So how do you rest?
Depends. Some have a kip, some a swally, some go whoring. As for me,
how do you mine ore?
Either we're on hard rock, and then no one's hewing shit, or we're hewing something soft, only then there's not much silver in the ore, and you've got to smelt the shit.
How much do you make doing this?
Don't even get me started. The chink's bad, and it's getting worse.
How many cores did you mine on...
I can tell you exactly. All the yakkers were working, and we were getting along nicely. We managed to hulk 34 corves, without skimping on hame time. First time in ages.
That's all I need to know.
You silly doggy.
Excuse me.
Foreman Frank?
What you looking for, Sonny? Can't you...
Sir Christian of Pisa. My name is Henry of Scallops. Our family rented a mine.
A nobleman in the pit, but you can't just amble around. You'll cap your career.
I'll just have a few questions.
The more we gab, but make it snappy, man.
What is the work of a miner?
What's it about? Bugger all, kidder. We gans through the roads, Bella. Hewing off from rock in the dark and breathing in the...
How exactly do...
Bloody hell. Have you never seen a yakka You take a kevel and ding away at the rock till it crumbles. And if you keep and don't croak from the stithe, then you'll keel over from exhaustion, or get scrushed by the ceiling of the road.
How do you get the ore outside?
Same way it's hewed, in the dart and in coves. On top of that, you spend a lot of the bloody time on all. Once you get out by with the corf, you get a tally, and you can get back.
How much do you get?
I'll tell you, man. Them deputies up at bank make a howfin' pile of chink, but us buggers, the ones...
Can you give me a more...
Sometimes, not even half a grosh and a cough. That's near way to make...
I wonder... How much do you...
That depends on how much ore you howk out of this or that face.
How much did you mine, say, on the Feast of St. Petronilla?
Listen, kidder. Aren't you a bit too cute? Nobleman or not, you don't...
You should know you can't defy an... I'll mention your disobedience to Sir Christian, or to the Mint Master. Then you can start looking...
Out but that, sir. I couldn't just leave me marrows. It would break their hearts. And maybe their necks too. Who'd keep an eye on them? I'll tell you it was a good gar on the Feast of St. Petronilla. Our yakkers hewed 36 corves.
Thanks.
Nah, thank ye. Now leave us to hew, Mara. See you soon, my friend.
you Foreman?
Hey! You walk like a ghost, kid. Hold on. I don't know you.
My name's Henry. I'm a nobleman. And I'm interested in the... Are you praying?
The day before the feast of St. Petronilla, a kidder was hawking here. Young jaybird, a young'un, still wet behind the... We dinged the berg, set it ablaze, all good. He took a mell, battered the fault, and the props spangued out. It all came crashing down on him.
That's awful. Sorry.
He weren't just me marrow. He were my blood. I raised him from a nipper since my sister. He kept begging me to take him on a shift, saying he was strong as a horse. And now, how can he forgive myself?
Come on, it wasn't your fault. Accidents happen.
I suppose you're right. Will you pray with me for...
Aye.
You're a canny lad. Almighty and merciful God, our Father, you are the giver of gold, silver, bronze, copper,
Almighty
tin,
and merciful
iron,
God,
and
our
all
Father,
ores and metals.
you are the giver
I
of
ask that you
gold,
bless me
silver,
brother who has died in this
bronze,
mine.
copper,
And may your
tin,
holy angels
iron,
save his soul from
and all
damnation.
ores and
Bring his
metals.
soul to
I ask that
eternal
you bless
glory
my
through our
brother
Lord,
who has died
our
in his
Saviour and
mine.
Redeemer, Jesus
May your
Christ.
holy angels save
Amen.
his soul from
The
damnation.
angel of the Lord declared
Bring
unto
his
Mary,
soul to
and
eternal
she
glory
conceived the Holy
through our
Spirit.
Lord,
Hail
our
Mary.
Saviour and Redeemer,
Mary said,
Jesus
Behold,
Christ.
I am the handmaid of
Amen.
the Lord. Be it done unto me according to thy word. Hail Mary. And the word was made flesh and dwelt among us. Hail Mary. Pray for us, O Holy Mother of God, that we may be made worthy of the promises of Christ. Pour forth, we beseech thee, O Lord, thy grace into our hearts, that we, to whom the incarnation of Christ, thy Son, was made known by the message of an angel, may by his passion and cross be brought to the glory of his resurrection. Through the same Christ our Lord. Amen. Holy God, Holy Mighty One, Holy Immortal One, have mercy on us. O Angel of Christ, Holy Guardian and Protector of my soul and body, forgive me every transgression which I have committed this day, and deliver me from every craft of...
So, are you going to answer me now?
Aye. Thanks for...
What is the work?
What it's about? It's about you in the face and hauling the ore to the banking proper graft, that.
Are deaths in the mine?
Aye. But every death in the shaft is a waste. Whether, unfortunately, we still bury a yakka or two a month, you know.
How is the ore?
First, we have to survey the shaft and find ore. We set up timber around. The hewers take their tools and start dinging rock and hewing ore.
How much do you make?
Depends on how much we hawk. How hard the rock is. It's not really worth it, though. Half a grosh and a corpse.
So how many corves did you mine, say, on the Feast of St. Petronilla?
That weren't a good day. Nobody was in the mood for ganning on after what happened to Jaybird. But even so, we managed to hawk 30 corves.
That's all I need to know. I already know how many corvs the crew's extracted on them. It was 100 altogether.
Meanwhile, I looked in the mine book. How many do you think it says there?
I'd guess it's less.
Then you'd be correct. The book lists 90 corvs extracted. That means 10 corvs of ore disappear each day. But nobody could just come along and take them. We keep a close watch on everything. The unreported corvs must be going out to smelting works with the rest of the ore. That means...
What does it mean?
that this is fraud of colossal and that Foreman Fett and Herman the ore merchant are in it up to their ears.
What are we going to do about it?
Well, we need to make them tell us more. Being involved in the theft of silver is a capital crime, so it should be in their own interest to cooperate. Make sure to promise them no one will know about their crime. You can mention when you've talked to them, come back to me and we'll figure out...
Gepriesen sei der Herr.
That's enough! Fine, I'll make you surrender.
I surrender! Enough!
You're good.
How do you have...
Oh.
I'll read, man.
Good to see you, friend.
Oh, my back.
A word, Foreman.
Who are you?
I'm Henry. Sir Christian sent me.
Don't tell me one of the yakkers shat all over the outhouse in the yard.
I'm afraid it's a little worse than that.
Let Sir Christian handle it then. They're his books.
But you're the one counting the core...
Your point being?
I learned that the miners extracted no less than 100 corvs on the feast, but the mine book says 9...
Do you think the yakkers know how to count? And they like to show off. I'm sure they just... Anyway, what's it to you? Don't you know? I work for VERTEX. The mint master him...
We both know something stinks about this. Sir Christian says if you tell us everything...
I've nothing to say.
We know you're just a pawn. And that's who we're after. If you help us, you'll be on our side. And nothing back.
Well, sir, I reckon I'll have to take your word for it. As soon as I was made head gaffer, Amara, who works at the smelting works in Grund, came. He said someone wanted to talk to me. So I met this fella in the tavern in Grund, and he told me how it all works. How to cook. He told me the trick was not to report some of the extracted ore, and transport it secretly to the smelters, along with the rest. He made it very clear if I didn't play along. There was nothing I could...
Who was that fella from the smell?
He never told me his name, even when I asked. I don't scare easy.
How long has this been?
For some time now, definitely. I heard even former head gaffer Kircher was in on it.
Where can I find...
You can't ask Kircher any questions. They say he was drunk.
Who pays you on the side?
I get the extra chink from the smelting works. It's enough for the...
Do you think the Mint Master, Ulrich...
I don't know. I've got naught bad to say about Vavak. He treats me canny when he says if Christian gives us hassle, he'd sooner replace him than me. He really said that. The Mint Master himself.
All right. Just carry on as if nothing's happened. No one must find out we know about the fraud. Christian won't give you any trouble.
Clear as a bell, Mara.
We need to talk.
And who might...
Henry, Sir Christian sent me.
Discrepant...
How do you explain that the miner has extracted 100 cores of ore on the Feast of St. Petronilla, but the book only says 90?
If it says 90, there must have been 90. The book does not...
In that case, someone else...
Or someone just cannot count. Why are Foreman Fett counts the corpse here?
Bit too late for that.
Ah, so you know it is not my... It was Fett's idea. He came to me saying we were going to deliver more corpse to the smelters than we would report. And it was going well. I have always paid for what we put in the book. Then I got some geld from Fett on the Feast of St. Petronilla. I was afraid they would be able to tell the difference. 10 corves is 10 corves after all. Nobody at the smelting works cared at all. I am sure they are in on it too.
How long has this been going?
Several months. Maybe...
Is Ulrich Vab...
The Mint Master? I have no idea.
So Christian and I agreed to investigate the matter. Just act like nothing's going on. We don't want to scare off the people who are actually...
Yeah.
I talked to
And?
They did. I mean, I made them.
Did you tell them to keep quiet and act as if...
I did.
Let's see what we've got so far. Those 10 unreported corves leave for the smelting works from here. If silver's going missing, that's where it must be happening. You'll have to go and look around and talk to the owner, Buresh. I reckon...
How so?
Buresh is a very cautious and clever man. I reckon he won't be happy to have someone snooping around, but he's the only one who can give you permission to walk round the smelting works without the guards bothering.
Something like your letter of safe conduct?
Like I said, nevertheless, I found a way you could gain his trust. You'll pretend to be a nobleman interested in buying some smelting works, who'd like to get a closer look at it.
I've already passed myself off as a nobleman here.
But be careful. Buresh won't be as easily fooled as the simple... You'll have to dress like a real nobleman. That means no plate armor, or, God forbid, but listen, don't carry a weapon. Buresh has a morbid fear of someone threatening him. That's why he has a bodyguard with him. You must come to him dressed to the nines and act impeccably, so as not to arouse the... In short, be charismatic.
What should I...
Like I said, some decent clothes. I reckon if you don't have anything of the sort, visit a tailor in town, if you're charismatic, and make sure you...
What else should I...
In the smelting works, ore from the mines is crushed, ground, and then smelted. They extract silver, then they give part of the silver to the king for the minting of groschen, and sell off the rest.
What should I know?
He's the slyest fox of them all. He comes from somewhere in Moravia. He started to prosper soon after. Now he's doing better and better.
I got it.
Here. I've written you a letter. I reckon he won't be thrilled. Ask him discreetly, in passing, how many corves he took from our mines. If my guess is correct, it should be 90. It still doesn't prove anything, but you could get something out of the workers. One of them is bound. When you're in the smelting works, keep your eyes peeled. I'm sure something... Good luck, Henry.
car! Go! Go!
Whoa, whoa. What does your job actually entail?
You mean smelting? Well, in the scrusher, we scrush the ore brought from the mound, and then we shovel charcoal in till the stone gets proper roasting and leaks all the metal that was hidden in. We do that over and over in other furnaces till we get pure silver out of...
How do you like working in the...
Aye, can you complain at all, sir? We get a nice pile of chink from the yield, and we're dry and warm.
What can you tell me about...
I can't complain about him, sir. He's an honest bloke, and from what I've heard from the other smelters, it's a lot worse.
Have you noticed anything?
Nothing. Nothing at all. I graft all day. No time for...
Does any silver...
Here? That would mean some of our lads are involved then. Look, Sonny, I don't want anything to do with this. Have a chat with Shima over there. He's not a...
And pour me one for you.
Greetings, Master Buresh.
Nice clothes.
Thank you, Goodman. Christian of Pisek sent me. I'm supposed to give you this letter.
Skallets, you say?
You are. Unfortunately, the mining has ceased since King Sigismund...
Christian writes that your family is interested in running a smelter.
Like I'm invisible or something.
I'd still be interested in buying one.
I doubt it. I'd be a fool to give up a profit, but if you like, you can visit one of my operations. I'll allow you that much. With this letter of safe conduct, you'll be able to move around unfettered. But I don't want you disturbing the workers with any unnecessary questions. If you want...
Can you tell me what happens with the mined ore in the smelting works?
We weigh in the delivered ore and crush it, so roasting mainly separates sulfur from the ore. Which is why then the roasted material is smelted in the furnace, and the slag is separated from the matte. The smelting process is repeated. It's then cast into bars that can be sold. After we've given the royal share to the king.
How many corves of ore do you process?
We don't measure in corves here. I have several ore merchants working for me. They buy ore from various mines. When they deliver it here, we don't measure it by the corf, but we process a large amount here. Up to several thousand quintals.
How much silver does that...
That, of course, depends on the quality of the ore we process that. 20 quintals of ore usually yield about a pound of raw silver. That then yields a harivna of... We can make between 100 and 200 harivnas of pure silver.
Can any silver get...
That's impossible. Everything is carefully weighed and recorded. Every step. Besides, molten silver is rather hard to steal. Once it's cast into bars, we keep them safe under lock and key.
How many corves were delivered from Horshan, say, on the Feast of September?
Why from Horshan, of all places?
I visited the mine there. They told me they'd extracted quite a large amount.
You're lucky. I have an excellent memory. It was a lot indeed. 90 corves.
God be with you, Goodman.
Don't forget, there are limits to my permission. And above all, mind you don't have an accident. Smelters are dangerous places. I wish you a blessed evening.
Closing time!
What
Come again,
people
tomorrow,
sitting here? Oh, you mutt. Here we are. Good.
Go! Go! Quick!
Whoa!
Are you the fella that...
And who are you?
Henry. Sir...
The steward of the mint? And what?
I'm interested in the operation.
What would you like to know?
What does your job entail?
Here in the smelter, the extracted ore turns into pure silver right under our hands. Horse shit. It's an awful, filthy fucking graft for a few miserable... If I could, I'd fuck off somewhere over the hills. But I have a family, and they don't ask me what I really...
How do you like working in the smelter?
It's a shitty fucking job. My back aches something awful from shove. You're always breathing stive from the furnace, and then you... we'll all be crippled wrecks in a few...
What can you tell me about...
Listen, all folks like him care about is lining their purses. They don't care if we break. On the other hand, I don't think it's any better anyway.
What happens to the silver from the...
The bars are kept under lock and key in a safe place until a merchant or the blokes from the mint come and get... Only the owner of the smelter and a handful of select people have access to them, such as the foreman of the works who checks the purity.
Does any silver go missing from here?
Why should I talk to you about such thing?
I've been tasked by the nobility, and that's a serious... I'm not just anybody. Just the fact that I'm relying on you, a simple smelter, should be an honour to...
Well, sir, thank you. It's Volkmar. He's the head smelter. He's worked with us for years. Recently, he bought stables here in Grund, out of the blue. The entire stables. Where do you think he got the money? It's all very suspicious, because he's the one with the best access to the finished silver. If you want to find out where the silver keeps going missing, go to him. I'll bet you he knows a thing or two. But be careful, and keep a weapon close.
Thank you.
Whistling for?
Go!
Whoa! Whoa!
not going to be wandering around out there all night.
Are you Volkmar?
I'm not.
Horseshit. I know.
You must be the snoop who's sticking his nose in every...
I beg your pardon?
Well, well, well. Don't think we don't know you've been snooping around. We've had our eyes on you ever since you came to... Fortunately, Master Buresh warned me about you. Your investigation ends.
You shouldn't have stuck your nose in here, pal. Grunder's ours.
Take him down!
Have you gone insane? You want to attack a nobleman? I suppose you have no idea who's behind me. You won't avoid punishment.
You're really Oi! Where are you You're mine! Fuck that! Hey! Ah!
Now, spill the beans. You're responsible for stealing the king's...
Not me. If I didn't play along with him, I'd lose my job. It's true. As Volkmar is my name, I swear... As head smelter, I test the quality of the silver that's been smelted every day. I have one day, Buresh came to me and said he had an offer for me. He gave me his man to assist me. I'd take some of the king's silver bars and add them to book. The books were cooked, so no one found out anything. Everything was going well, and Buresh was happy. A few weeks later, he sent me to the mines. I was supposed to make a deal with the new foreman. In the end, I had to force him to cooperate.
Why didn't Buresh take the silver himself?
The Mint Master's men watch over the transport of the king's silver. Buresh had it all figured out.
Aren't you ashamed?
And which king did I steal from exactly? I didn't care, man.
Moving on.
There are mined-out shafts near Old Kutna, where nobody ever goes. Buresh has a secret mint in one.
They counterfeit coins?
I suppose so. But what they actually do... Buresh only told me about the mint a while ago. He wanted to send me there for some reason, so he...
Did Buresh ever mention that Mint Master Vavag?
Not in front of me. Maybe his guard, Little Neri, knew something, but you won't be able to ask him.
Give me the map.
Yeah, if you take the road, the entrance to the mint, look here. Why are you doing...
I'm convinced Mint Master Vavak is somehow involved in the whole affair.
No, I can't help you there. I never heard Buresh say nothing about Vavak. Well, now you have the map, and since I told you everything, I know I wanted to. Please let me go.
All right.
Thank you. I'll go to... And if we meet again, you're a good...
Quick! Go! Quick!
Get out of here, mutt! No one wants to hear your barking. What the? Quiet! Go away! Go sit somewhere else. Get out of here, mutt! Let him go! What have you done? Show what you're made of! Enough! I give up!
Cha! Cha!
Good to see you again.
No bloody way.
You said you were head...
True. Actually, in my hand...
Henry.
Pleased to meet you, Henry. I reckon I could teach you some use...
Whoa!
well, well. Look who's here. I knew from the start you didn't come to the works for nothing. But I underestimated you, an embarrassing mistake. I reckoned you wouldn't find anything, and even if you did, little Neri was supposed to get rid of you.
It turned out the other way round.
Congratulations. His wife and children will surely be beside themselves with joy. What to do with you now, snooper? We could come to a reasonable agreement underground. No one will hear.
I need evidence that Ulrich Vavak von Neuhaus is involved in this.
The Mint Master? Wouldn't you rather discuss the price of your...
You can't buy me, Buresh.
That's the wrong answer.
He can't leave him alive!
Finish him! Show your stuff! No one's ever really seen.
Have you had enough, Buresh?
Mercy! For Christ's sake, mercy!
Underground, no one will hear you scream.
No, please! I'll give you anything you want.
You know very well what I want.
But I really don't know it.
Stop lying to my face.
All right. The whole thing was Ulrich's idea. As soon as he became Sigismund's Mint Master, he got cocky and began to abuse his... He grabbed anything he could get his hands on, took away mining rights from anyone who wanted to keep his station had to pay him a hefty fee. But that still wasn't enough. So he came to me one day with the idea that some of the royal silver might not reach the king.
Why did he come to you?
The citizens of Kuttenberg didn't like some blow-in turning up to replace, and they were even less happy when he started giving them trouble. He'd have a job finding any allies among them. I'm a stranger here too. I've never had it easy here either. Think what you will, but I like Vavag better than all them retards, Peace-X, and the other stuck-up.
So you agreed to...
Did I have any other choice? He'd destroy me and find someone... I hate to say it, but he...
Wasn't he afraid of...
Sigismund came here for the silver. He doesn't care how... He trusts the Mint Master he installed. And he's got no way of knowing something's going unless...
What was his plan?
Surprisingly simple. Bribe anyone who kept records of mining and processing, and to keep the Mint Master free of suspicion, he put me in charge of this whole operation. In the end, it wasn't even that hard. No one had the slightest problem with earning something on the side of the king's... And when somebody got cold feet...
What are you doing with this?
Stolen? Such an ugly word.
Whatever.
It's used to mint groschen.
Genuine?
It's simple, really. Our coiners work with genuine coin dies. We're producing beautiful, new, and no one can tell they're not from the attack.
About the evidence?
Yes?
I need some proof in my hands. Something that proves Vavak's involvement.
And I can count on you to make sure my name... Will you give me your word?
You have my word.
I'm glad to hear that. Here's the key to the chest. It's behind that door, in the coiner's room. The key to it is right here on... You'd better not talk to the coiners. They're an odd bunch.
Is that all?
Aye.
I'm sure you have something. Don't tell me you and Vavak didn't exchange...
You must be the devil. Here it is. But I'll be on my way. I won't say it was nice to meet you, because that wouldn't be true. I hope we never...
Likewise.
least we won't get bored.
I'm here to help you.
What are you doing?
Get out of here.
You don't have to worry about the guards.
What about Master Buresh?
I talked to Buresh. I reckon he'll be on his way now.
What?
I came to get evidence against Mint Master of Vavak.
There are some books in that chest over there, but it's locked. And only...
Leave that to me. I still need the genuine coin die from you. It's another piece...
Everything we do here is clean.
Except you're minting using stolen...
How are we to know where it comes from? It's none of our business.
We just poured and...
Nobody's saying any different. The guards are dead.
Hang on!
It's just the books you're after, isn't it?
We won't tell nobody nothing.
Tell me more of...
Look, he made it this far. I reckon...
You're probably right.
How did you end up...
Through our own stupid...
We used to work in the mint in the Italian court. Then...
Well...
And the foreman got pissed off.
And then, the mint master himself came to us and offered us a job on the side. He said we'd work somewhere else. And so...
Who's in charge?
The mint is run by Master Buresh and his people. Especially that big fella.
They're the ones that bring us food and drink. But other than that, the mint master he visits every week.
We're well taken care.
Why are they keep...
Well, it's not that we can't leave.
It's just... discouraged. It was pretty dangerous around.
Don't you miss them?
Not really. Come to think of it,
They even brought some wenches in.
We've got plenty of food and drink.
And coin.
Why don't you want to...
And we're told not to go far.
I'll take care of it. The evidence are when I'm done with him, you'll be the last thing...
You reckon... It's really...
I'm sure of it.
So?
Then we... Me neither.
Free!
Free!
Ka! Quick, go! Ka! Ka!
Quick! Quick!
Go!
Quick! Quick!
Whoa! I got the evidence against Mint.
Really?
Here. His handwritten.
There are names, amounts paid. I'll be damned. This is perfect. Where did you find this?
Vavak had a secret mint where coins were minted from the silver they stole. That's.
He obviously had it all worked out to the last. Did you have any...
The owner of the smelting works, Buresh, tried to stop me. Luckily, he was.
What deal?
I let him go in exchange for him telling me everything.
I understand. He's clever enough to know when he's walking on. Feared as it may, I'll get in touch with Buresh and have a talk with. There's one more thing. Was there anyone else in that?
There were some coiners being held prisoner.
Jesus Christ!
Vavak locked them up there to work for.
My God! He really is an unscrupulous monster.
I did, but it took some persuading.
Thank God for that. When you talked to them, did you see a coin?
They gave it to me quite willingly.
I'm curious.
Here.
What the? Hey, that means all the groschen minted from the silver stolen by Vivek are absolute. In any case, we uncovered something, but I'm afraid no matter what Master Buresh told you at the mint, no one will believe us.
Luckily, I've got this. A letter. He actually gave it to me willingly, for letting it...
This. But be that as it may, we know. I've been thinking it all over. While the scheme Master Ulrich Vivek von Neuhaus has been running under our nose is incredible. But it's also one of the cleverest fraudulent schemes. With those books in Retard's hands, Vivek won't remain, and it's now pretty clear who will replace him. And a side income like that could prove to many people. If you take my meaning.
Who do you mean?
Maybe everything would stay the same. Entering false figures in the books, processing the ore in the works, only there would be a... I'll have to find replacements for Fett and Hammond in the mines. But that shouldn't be difficult. A miner jumps at coin like a dog at a...
What happened to Herman and...
Not long after you left, Herman disappeared. They saw him on the road and they found Fett on the spoil tip with a broken neck.
You think it's related?
Who knows? Maybe Herman told someone you were snooping around and that Fett talked.
Shit.
They're both gone and now I have to I'll have to arrange a deal with Master Buresh. But knowing him, he won't be opposed to a reasonable... And I'll take care of the coiners. Nothing really changes for you. You can blackmail Vivek all you want, but keep your tongue tied about the whole scheme. I've got a little something here for you. And I'll give you something extra for the genuine coin die. All you have to do is nod.
Doesn't that mean you'll be stealing from...
Do me a favor. Rutard will want to be in on it.
How can you be so sure?
If there's one thing I've learnt about silver, it's that it's got one special property. And it surely doesn't smell bad to you.
I can't promise you that.
And why, if you don't mind my asking?
I'm not a cheat.
This is Kuttenberg, Henry. Either you're cheat... Which part do you want to...
I'm simply not going to cheat.
Who do you think you're helping, eh?
My conscience.
You'll never get an offer like... But, so be it. It's none of my business. Here's your books, and here are the copies of the books from the mines...
Thank you.
It should help the Rutards. Or maybe not. Now leave me alone.
Go! Quick! Go!
Was darf sein?
Schirm.
Excellent. It was a pleasure to visit you.
God! 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 Quick! God! Slowly. Nice and slow. Whoa!
And a rowboat. Maybe a... What do you want a boat for?
I apologize.
I don't care. Well, nor do I.
Same to you.
I'm not interested. You can't
What's
be.
that guy?
Money. What?
What happened
Go on,
here?
then. He wants to fleece us again. Damn it. That's just what we need. We're open.
What would you like?
What do you have for...
Thank you, sir. And come again. Hola. I was glad to be of help to you, good sir. Everything's going well. I'm in fine business. So much. Oh, how well things are going.
Christ, pardon me.
That they were.
How can I help you?
I'd like
What's it?
tend to.
Great.
Great.
Whew, I hope you'll learn when it happens. Just watch where you're going next time.
My respects.
Hey, what the hell are you poking around?
I'm Henry.
So you're the one. I'm sorry for being so harsh with you, but we were attacked recently, so we're a lot more cautious now with...
Well, I understand. But I need to speak with Lord
Of course. Well, we're here, but you'll have to wait a while. As you can see, Lord Ruthard has an important visitor, and it seems they haven't finished yet.
I understand.
And what now, Martin? Did you speak to Jerome Naz? Will he support us?
He won't. He lent a lot of coin to Sigismund, and now he's stuck with him.
Sakra.
He's scared. As soon as he does anything to upset him, Sigismund will denounce him as a rebel and right off the dead.
Damn it! Has all his counting groschen not left room for a grain of common sense in that head of his?
Jerome is a vain man. I'm sure he's pleased when the Hungarian king himself listens to him. He was boasting that he'll be in charge of some church talks in the Italian court, There's no way we'll change his mind.
But you've been to see other councillors too, haven't you? Have you any good news from anyone?
Unfortunately not. Some of them are beholding to Sigismund for their office, and some are worried about ending up, forgive me, friends, like you and Peter of Pisek.
Christ above! That's exactly what Sigismund wants. To divide us, to paralyze us with fear.
Divide et impera. God knows, that ginger fox is a master of dividing and conquering.
You are absolutely correct, my lady. Especially when everyone can see your problems. I've heard that Mint Master Vavak is still putting pressure on you.
The devil take that bastard! He had the gall to blackmail me in my own home.
Gentlemen, and my lady, sorry to interrupt, but I have some new tidings about our Mint Master. I've heard about his crimes against the crown, and it's no trivial pilfering.
Are you sure the accusations are true?
I've got proof of everything.
Ha! God bless you, lad. Finally, some good news.
It seems that this young man came to brighten my day. Who do I have the honor of addressing?
Martin, this is Henry, our ally from Liechtenstein. Henry, this is Sir Martin Odorin, Lord of Rabosh, a loyal supporter of King Wenceslas, as no doubt you've already deduced.
Sir, my friend Godwin gave me a ring for you. He said you'd help me if I needed it.
Godwin? Really? Well, you choose peculiar friends.
I'm not sure what you mean, sir.
Godwin shouldn't be giving away what isn't his. But I'll help you if need be, although not on account of that ring.
Sir Gunsling.
Shimek? What's going on?
Min Master Vavak is heading here with an armed cohort.
Right now?
Let him come. He'll be surprised what I've got on him.
Henry's right. If he helps us again like last time, we have nothing to fear.
I agree. Let Vavar come. Shimek, place a gunner on the upper floor and a crossbowman on the stairs. Then gather whoever you can find and join us in the yard.
Certainly, right away, sir.
Henry, we're counting mainly on you. I hope your findings are worth 12 armed men.
100 at least, sir. You'll see.
I'll help you into your armor, Papa.
But quickly, and then go to your chambers and lock yourself in.
What? I'm going with you.
No. So go to your room, take your precious crossbow, and if things turn out badly, shoot any of Vavar's whoresons who stick their noses through the door. If something were to happen to me, you're the next in line in our family. Don't forget that.
I love you, Papa. God Almighty, hold your protective hand above us.
Greetings, Sir Ruthard. Your gate was open, so I took the opportunity for a little visit.
No gate is closed to you, is it? The gates of hell are especially looking forward to your visit. But you're more than well aware of that, eh? Since you don't dare leave home without a horde of men-at-arms.
My men aren't here to protect me, but to enable me to keep order when needed. And today, I got the feeling that order is just what's needed. Or do you disagree, sir?
Weigh your words, sir. One might take them as threats. And be assured, we're very well prepared today for anyone who might threaten us.
Threat? A warning, more like. A friendly warning from the Royal Mint Master. Lord Ruthard, I'm offering you one last chance to surrender your mining rights to me. If we agree, neither you nor your family will have anything to fear. If not, the king will hear of the serpent you nurse in your bosom. And this time, you'll lose not only your fortress, but also your honor and status.
Enough! Do you think you can insult me in my own home? Do you imagine you could do as you please just because you have Sigismund's favor? That can easily change when the king learns of the serpent you are nursing in your bosom, to cite your own words. Sir, only, considering what I know, you might lose a little more than your honor. Like your head, for what it's worth.
How dare you?
Henry, kindly inform the Royal Mint Master what is being said about him.
The word is you're in league with Buresh of Krakowitz and Foreman Fett. Together, you've been falsifying the mining records. 1/10 of the silver ingots disappears from the records and ends up in your pockets. That's a capital crime. The king won't let you get away with that, whether Sigismund or Wenceslas.
I'd say this somewhat alters the perspective, sir. So from now on, you will leave me and my family be. Or your king will hear of your shenanigans.
Exactly. We'll see to that. Mark my words.
Are you trying to threaten the Royal Mint Master again? And with nothing but common slander? You haven't learned much since the last time.
Well, we've not had much time for that. We've been fully occupied with collecting evidence. Isn't that so, Henry?
I've got your account ledgers here with me. The real ones, from Buresh, that prove how you carried out this entire fraud. They make quite interesting reading.
Wait. So, if I understand correctly, the only thing you have to prove your blatant lies are books that you have on you right here?
Of course not! Do you think we're completely stupid? We've got copies here. The original books are safely stashed away under lock and key.
That's right. You're finished, Hermes Trismegistos.
So, do you want to chance your luck, or come to an agreement?
Captain!
Sir!
This matter is an internal affair of the Crown and my office. I'll resolve it here with these gentlemen in private.
Are you sure, sir?
Yes, damn it! Do what I say! Wait for me by the gate.
Let us step inside. Let's give the Mint Master the privacy he requests.
Gentlemen, I expect you'll keep this entire matter to yourselves. And I expect you'll be wanting something in return.
The executioner is far from here, so I'll be standing in for him today. God knows what kind of man you are. May God have mercy on my soul.
What? You can't just cut down the Royal Mint Master. Wait, we got off on the wrong foot.
I'll give you the wrong foot. Right up your ass.
You're right. I underestimated you. I made a mistake.
You certainly did, sir. A big mistake.
The only question is, how much your mistake is going to cost you.
Don't do anything rash, Kunzlin. I understand you're angry, but he could come in useful.
That's true. Intelligent people can always reach an agreement that benefits everyone, and...
You're right. I'm more than angry. Swear you leave me and my family in peace, and our mining rights will remain untouched.
You have my word. I swear it.
Good. You know what awaits you otherwise. If Martin believes you can be of use to us, I'll leave it to him. I'm not in the mood for this.
Right. You said intelligent people can come to an agreement. So let's see. We need to know what Sigismund's planning.
Spy on the king? You can't ask that of me.
It doesn't sound like you want to come to an agreement.
You can't.
We can, and we will.
This is nothing compared to the punishment you're facing for what you've done. Either you agree to this, or Sigismund learns all about it. Then you'd have to run damn far to avoid the chopping block.
Henry's right, so don't even think about double-crossing us. You've a lot more to lose than we do.
And don't forget about your oath either.
I understand. All right, I'll do as you ask.
Excellent. And now get out of my house.
Of course.
I'll take my leave too, Kunslin. I've still got some affairs to deal with today. At least I can see our Mint Master out. I'm sure he'll be delighted to tell me many interesting things.
God go with you, Martin. I hope we'll soon meet again in more pleasant circumstances. Ha ha! Now that was a good one. The mighty Mint Master strode in like a lion, and then crawled out like a whipped dog. Oh, I can breathe a lot easier now we've got rid of that bastard. At any rate, Henry, I'll take those incriminating books. I'll hide them in a safe place, just in case he gets any ideas.
Good idea, sir.
Thanks, Henry. You did a fine job, and I'll...
Well, you can return the favor right away, sir.
I did. And there's a secret passage leading out of Malashov, and you could avail of it in the opposite direction.
A secret passage? That's a godsend. Von Burgov won't...
He won't. It's well hid. We didn't even know about it ourselves for a long time. Until Rosa discovered it in the fortress one day. She can best explain to you how to find it. She should be in a room. It's up the stairs. You'll see the door on your left.
All right, I'll ask her. Thank you very much, Sir Kunslin.
Don't thank me yet. The worst of it is still ahead of you.
Nobody will be expecting me. The passageway is an advantage that works on my side. Besides, I've got my spy coat on, which makes me hard to spot. I can deal with any locks, and if I come across anyone, I'll take him out without a sound.
Well, it looks like you know what you're doing. I'll pray for your success.
What do you mean, in more ways?
Isn't it obvious? We've been sitting with our arms folded until now. And where has it got us? We look helpless, and it's difficult to find out. But if you liberate Lord Capon, right from under, word will spread like wildfire throughout the land, and he'll lose a strong advantage. That would help convince some of those who are hesitant about joining us in the fight against Sigismund and the...
You're right. I hadn't thought of the other consequences. And I reckon even Jobst hasn't. Thanks again. As soon as I speak to Rosa, I'll head out right away. I'll get Lord Capon out of Malashov if it's...
You've no lack of courage, son. But you shouldn't count on that alone. I'll at least look at the books you brought. I'm very curious about what there is on Vavak and how he did it all.
I wish you a pleasant read. There's more than enough on him. How did you
I paid. When Malashov was vacated, I bought that fortress. Well, then it was entered into the land. There were still some legal requirements, but personally...
You can simply...
Definitely not just like that. It's not at all such a... In Prague, for example, it may also happen that... And the king, nevertheless, the old... And they despise us for... But I think in a few generations, if I ever marry Rosa off, that is, we'll be established. I pray that my...
Well, enjoy your What's the political...
All in all, Bailiff Plymel, and I test...
Who sits on...
Wenceslaus, for they're from the... Martin, they either... Or they...
But they don't sit...
They don't, compared to the... So they... But you're right, the thing is...
And what about Vavak?
He does. And they'll do Vavak because it's...
Thank you for filling...
Well...
And what about the... You can see Sedlet's monastery.
He does. First of all... And who do you think is buying? Then there's a...
Well, then how about promising the abbot support and getting him on...
Ha ha! But we hesitated with the abbot, and he decided to throw in his lot with Sigismund.
You're right, Sir Kunslin.
It is, but they can forget.
I'm glad they outnumbered it.
It's the worst, but otherwise I agree with. After all,
if I may be so.
Not long ago. Back then, I feared, we quarreled. In the end, he wanted to and that when an opportunity.
What happened then?
More important, he said he was, and that it was I was the first it seemed, and when the only the old, of course, he had his, and I learned, but when we but I won't, it won't, God be with you.
I've got a feeling you're looking for me, Henry.
Your father sent me.
So I can tell you how to get to our fortress. A task for the lowest lackey, wouldn't you say? Well, you don't need to answer that.
Right, yeah. That's exactly why he sent me.
What are you staring at? Do you think I was born yesterday? I was listening to you from the top of the stairs. So, this passage, it leads to the cellars, but the outside entrance is hidden underground in a forest, not far from the castle. You can find the exact place if you know where and how to look.
Is it in a cave hidden behind a waterfall?
Well, no. But it would be nice. Listen, nearby Malashov is a stud farm managed by Hashtal, an old friend of Papa's. We had a wayside shrine set up at the crossroads before the stud farm.
A wayside shrine? How do you mean?
Are you a Christian at all? Never mind. It's a big white column. You can't miss it. From the shrine, you should be able to see a group of boulders. Beyond them are the remains of an old chapel. You have to find it, and then there's a kind of... how can I describe it? A window. A gap you can look through.
If it's still standing.
I hope so too. Anyway, it should direct you towards some ruins. Go there. And now pay attention. Somewhere in those ruins is a stone cross. You have to find it and look where its top points to. If you go the way the cross is pointing, you'll find another one, and again, follow the direction it's pointing in. That should lead you to a small clearing, marked by a cross in the rocks. You dig there, and you should get to the passageway.
That's a really cunning solution. No random fool would ever find it.
That was exactly my intention when I thought it up. Thanks, Henry. I think you're no fool, so you shouldn't have any trouble. And that's not all. Getting into the castle is the easy part. Don't forget, you have to get out too.
You're right. Horses will be needed. For me and for Capon.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Fortunately, I know how to arrange that. Stop off at the stud farm I told you about, and ask Hashtal for horses.
Where's the cash?
No catch. On the contrary, please tell Hashtal that Papa is still paying for masses for his dead father, as agreed years ago. And even if he's not too keen, tell him we'll pay him for the horses.
You got it well figured out. Thanks. Don't know how I'd manage without you.
You've done plenty to help, and now it's our turn. Papa said something like that, didn't he? You know, you might not be aware of it, but you saved us from a mountain of trouble. Papa would never admit it, but alone, we wouldn't be able to resist the Mint Master for long. You've earned the right to the gratitude and friendship of our house for all time.
Would you like to come with me? At least I'll be sure to find that place.
Would you seriously want me there? What if something were to go wrong? Wouldn't a girl like me be more of a burden to you?
Well, you wouldn't be a burden to me. Quite the opposite. I've already seen you know how to take care of yourself.
Thank you. But I can't go nevertheless. Papa would jump out of his skin if he even heard of such a thing. That's why I would like to ask you for one favor, but you mustn't breathe a word of it to anyone. Understand?
Forgive me, my lady, but I'm a
Yes, and...
Well, I'm not here to...
Oh, I see. When I run into one, I'll warn her, don't worry. But I desire of you something else entirely. I wanted to ask you, since you're going to be at Malashov,
And what might that?
A book. It has great value to me, and I was starting to worry it would stay there forever. But if you're going there now...
And what book is this that's so important?
It's hard to explain to someone uninitiated in the mysteries of writing.
What do you mean, uninitiated? I happen to know how to read.
Really? Mea culpa. You are full of surprises, so if you do find the book, you'll be able to read it.
Well, yeah. That's the way it goes with books.
In that case, I'm not going to make it easy for you. If you'd like to know why it's so important to me, you'll have to find it first.
Fear not, my lady. I'll gladly tear the entire fortress apart to find that book for you.
Restraint, valiant knight. I value your determination, but this way would give yourself away immediately, and I'd remain without my book. Find it nice and quietly, then come back.
Your wish is my command.
It shouldn't be hard. The book is bound in scarlet leather and inlaid with gold. You won't find many like such there. And take this, so you don't get lost in the fortress.
Thank you.
It is quite possible you won't get back to Malashov again. So don't forget about me. And Henry, be careful.
Oh, and how did you find that secret passageway back then?
I'm glad you ask, because it's a really interesting story. It all started when I was 12. One morning, I found a bat nailed to the Malashov gate. Peculiar, eh?
Not really. Bats are creatures of the night. They flit around while good Christians are asleep, often carrying out the will of witches, or even the devil himself. But a bat nailed up actually repels all evil, and protects the house against sickness.
Well now, I have to admire your knowledge. That's exactly what the chambermaid told me too. The thing that I was most interested in was where they got that bat. You know, I was awfully inquisitive back then. Embroidery wasn't exactly my passion, and Papa forbade me from riding out into the woods, so at least I explored the fortress from top to bottom.
Aye, I know all about that. Not that I ever embroidered, but Pa never let me stray too far from home.
Parents have no understanding for the adventurous soul, do they? But back to the bats. I found out from the guards that they caught the poor creatures somewhere in the cellars. So I went to have a look there and found a whole swarm of them. I followed them for a while, and I noticed that in one corner they simply disappeared into a wall. Strange, isn't it? I was full of curiosity, and I talked Papa into having the wall demolished. I remember there was even a priest there at the time, and he wasn't at all happy about it. He was afraid we'd dig into hell. But as you probably guessed, there was nothing behind the wall but a passageway leading off into darkness.
My word, you're right. That is a really good story. And I didn't expect that ending at all. You're really sharp and hard-headed when you latch onto something. Well, that's something I admire.
Hard-headed? Aren't you a bit impertinent? I'd rather say determined.
Why did your people mark the passage from outside?
Papa came up with that. He said one never knows what might happen, so I thought up the idea with the crosses. Why do you ask anyway? Would you rather search all over the woods for it?
No. It's really smart. And very convenient for me. Thanks again. Have you ever used the passage?
No, it's never been needed. Thank God. But everything is ready there. There's a strong door and a ladder that we can pull up behind us. That ought to give us enough time to get to the end and dig our way out.
Sorry, I've got...
At the crossroad. Behind, go there. Again.
Sure.
And don't forget...